All right. Welcome back. So like I'm not really doing shit. Like I'm letting my aunt use my car. I don't have to go anywhere until right around 2:20. I'm kind of working on the channel, and I realized real quickly I went about it the wrong way. You see, I have been gone for a long time and forgot just the absolute like venomance. Like seriously, guys. Let me get to my channel somewhere. I'll show you. Like so I went back and I kind of went through and did a quick sweep of deletions before I did the mass change to kind of making public again all of my edited content, right? But I didn't do like a minute sweep. I was planning on doing that after like the big update came after it finished. And then I started just getting like all of these notifications as I was like kind of doing a couple other things, letting that big thing do its thing, right? Oh, they're gone now because I did delete like the first videos that they were commenting on. Like, chill guys, I forgot like Smokey, Basement Dweller, I think I saw Will Kincaid, immediately are like, oh, retards doing it again and shit. No, I'm going through like you guys should not be so shitty that you've been waiting for a year and a half, 2 years now, however long I've had all of that old content on private for me to upload it just so you can, like, I don't know, get your clips and all of that. So I mean, feel free. I don't really care about the drama anymore. You guys are awful people. You're really bad people. But I do appreciate the notification. It did let me know like the update was done. I had kind of lost track of what I was doing. Got a little sidetracked there. Went and washed my body. Shaved my face. So yeah, thank you. When I got back upstairs and I saw those notifications, oh yeah, let's get back to work. So I've already started, like I said, I deleted the first few, but like as you can see, like my problem just with my edited content, so I already deleted a few. I've got 621 edited videos. That's a lot, right? And I'm not trying to go in each and every one to see what each and every one says. If I'm making like a fucking idiot out of myself, I don't really care about that. What I do care about is like getting some of the things off of the channel, like, all the things with my daughter, like some of the personal stuff, like Atheist Story. I'm really gonna whittle this down throughout the rest of the day. I'm working on it, I promise you. So I figured like you guys, oh, I didn't share screen. So I figured like you guys can just hang out if anybody ain't doing shit. I might throw something on to listen to. I did find that Jill debate that Jill so conveniently forgot about. Yeah, Smokey, Will, Basement Dweller, I know you guys like have been waiting so with such vigor for me to come back. You're itching to start up whatever drama. I'm really not interested in that shit anymore. Like you're gonna catch your shit from Kent Hovind CPA in the side chat, rightfully so. You got to deal with your own shit. Sure, I was a part of that. I think what I think. From what I've seen, Smokey seems to be like happier and not as shitty. In the interactions I've kind of glanced at here and there, I watched something he did, or a little bit of something that he and Lowe were on with Brett Keane and Shanny for Christ, and I mean, dude, the Jason's on drugs. I mean, there's no way to the other way to describe it. Like, what is wrong with Jason? I haven't seen that guy Rev. I haven't seen Rev in forever. But like Smokey seems like there is a difference about him. And then it kind of gives away that maybe there isn't that big of a difference when like immediately they're all into these old videos, right? So it's like, look, I'm going through it right now. I'm gonna be like doing this shit. I do have this Jill debate up. Like that was easy. That was like one of the first ones. Oh, and there's me looking at the comments when I got back upstairs. So Basement Dweller, repeat the same mistakes all over again, you grifting retard. You didn't learn the last time. So I didn't see Will Kincaid. You didn't learn the last time to keep your kid off your socials. You are a wretched father. Like, no, seriously, I'm going through and I'm taking all of those off. I promise you. And for two, like, I shouldn't have to keep my daughter off of my socials. You should be a decent enough human being not to use her for whatever gain you think you're going to get. I mean, that's the truth of all of that. So I'm not going to relitigate any of that shit, yo. I'm not interested in that. I'm just not interested in that. So, yeah, whoever wants to come hang out, I might throw something on. Y'all can hang out with me. I'll probably forget you're there for a while. So my problem is I got all these videos to go through, decide which ones I want to keep without really listening to any of them. Like right here, anything Misha Popoff automatically is going to get a check mark, right? So, and that's kind of the criteria I'm going to go through with this first, like, big sweep, right? Like, if I see my daughter, if I see, like, atheist story, those are things where I was going really in-depth and personal in my life back then. I think I can get rid of most all of that. Oh, there's my daughter with her carbs. I'm such a wretched father, Smokey Saint. 54 carbs. Her blood is 228. 228. So she is saying her shot is going to be 10. I'm going to say make it 11. Boom. All right. So, was Mary, mother of Jesus, a virgin? And that's probably going to be like a big question mark I come to at some point in this scavenging. And I'm not even really thinking about like putting up old live streams right at this moment. I might go through and make like a greatest hits of old live streams or something. But I want the new live streams to kind of stand for themselves. And the old live streams, the drunken knock, those are just going to remain in obscurity. But when it comes to these edited videos, like, do I want to be an asshole? I think that was a major part of the Raging Atheist. So definitely for now, I'm going to try to keep those videos. And I'm doing all of this just based on my thumbnail and what I'm going to be naming this shit. And you guys can walk with me through this process if you want to. Maybe at some point I'll get tired of this. And, hopefully I don't miss anything like, because terms and service changes all the time. So me putting all of this shit up, like, hopefully I'm not going to get bombarded by a bunch of shit. But, like, I guess if I'm kicked off YouTube forever, then, like, no big deal. I'm kind of used to not being on YouTube. And then, but really, honestly, for you haters, if you go through and do that and, which I think most of the stuff that shouldn't be in here, I think I should be okay. But if you really want to try to go through and do all that, then what fun is it not having Raging Atheist around to, spar with, to be your punching bag, right? So, Matt Powell interview part 1, and that's the hard thing with like these edited videos, because there was like some like edited videos that weren't edited. They were just like raw material that was set to be edited later. And there's really no way I'm going to be able to talk about or, figure that out without actually going in and looking at the videos. But I ain't got time for all that now. I need to do a major sweep. I need to do it fairly quickly. So I'm going to probably leave a lot of these: free speech, Antifa, and politics, owning Nephilim free, who is Smokey Saint for the more progressive Christian, Election Day with the Rage, What's Up, Episode 2. Don't know what that is. I don't think that would be very interesting. Or What's Going On, a Patreon exclusive. Yeah, like all this Patreon stuff, if I can track that. And a lot of the stuff they were commenting on was Patreon stuff, I think. Because, yeah, a lot of these videos were just like Patreon exclusive shit, and if it doesn't look too bad, I'll just leave it up. But if it looks too personal, then I'll take it down. But like, you guys, you shouldn't be awful people. Seriously. Like, seriously, man. Atheism kills. So we've got 2 checks so far. Like this one right here. I particularly mean that I remember being particularly mean to Midnight in this, and that's uncalled for. So we'll check that one off. 32 seconds. I don't think I really need that. Does God make you good? See, a lot of these I'm really gonna have to go through and look at, but I want to do that when there's a lot less of them to do that, right? Like when it's gonna be a lot smaller of a chore. I think I definitely want to keep my Russell Means and most of my Native American stuff. Teaching civics to Cerberus Flex. I should watch that. That would probably be pretty funny. Me trying to teach Serb. And it takes forever. Like it takes forever to do even like small changes like this. You're gonna see the moment I hit delete. Weak atheist, be better. I definitely want all the Misha Popoff stuff off the channel. He was the most he is one of the few people like I won't show his rhetoric on my channel at all. I just won't do it. He is evil. And he puts such a pleasant voice to it. And I think that's going to be good for this page. So we'll delete these. Just I think 4 or 5 videos. We'll delete these forever. That's what we're doing. We're deleting them forever. This is why, like, I've really put this off because this is painful. I spent a lot of time on this shit, right? Even as a drunken buffoon, I'm still really proud of like my worst moments. Like I was trying, right? Like I was failing, but I was trying. A lot of people don't even fucking try. See, it takes forever, and my OCD doesn't really let me move on, even though it tells you can, because I'm moving on to do more shit, and I want it to clear. I want to see the videos that's going to pop up on this screen, and see if I'm going to delete any of those before I move to the next one. And we can put my debate to Jill on in the background, and I'll just like try to work it. And you guys you see my thought process, you see what I'm doing. We'll put my debate on. Jill, this is just for you. Because, you know, you denied this.
Erene tois adelphois kai agape meta pisteos apotheu patras kai kyriou Jesu Christu. Peace be to you, brothers. Love with the faith from God our Father and Lord Jesus Christ. Ephesians 6:23. Bekol yom avach rakeka va'ahala shim lacha olam va'ed gadol yaveh ome hulav.
And that was just 5 videos. Earlier, I was making public like 680 videos.
Every day I will bless thee, I will praise thy name forever and ever. Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised, and his greatness is unsearchable. Psalms 145:2-3. What up in the chat? We got an awesome debate today. This will be a good dialogue discussion. We got Jill in the house. We also got Knock. So this debate will be on involuntary sleep.
This one's interesting. I don't know who's watching. They're awful silent. I'm going to assume it's probably Smokey or Basement Dweller. This one right here I'm definitely going to keep. This was from when I misgendered Lo on purpose. Right. As far as I understand, she's changed her pronouns since, but we'll keep that one on there because that was sincere.
Labor is involuntary labor. Gosh, involuntary. What's it called? Yeah, I forgot my own
slavery.
Title. Slavery. Condoned in the Bible. So yeah, we're just gonna get going here. So go ahead with your opening, Knock, and then Jill, you have your opening, and then we'll have a 10-minute rebuttal. And I'll put my mic on mute. And so Knock, you know the format, right?
Yep.
Okay. So here we go. I'm gonna mute right here. Go ahead when you're ready.
All right, awesome. Yeah, I want to thank everyone involved for handing me a debate that isn't even a debate. We're talking historical fact. We're talking the words of the Bible and what they say, not what Jill wants them to say so he can feel better about following a slave master. Does the Bible endorse involuntary slavery? Isn't even really a question, just a pipe dream of Christians that try to apologize for what we know to be monstrous practices. But involuntary slavery in ancient Israel is just historic fact and was a part of the overall slavery system Jill is going to be talking about. Jill is going to try to say that it was nothing but indentured servitude, which was indeed a part of the slavery without a doubt. But it is clear in the Bible that Israel also took involuntary slaves through warfare as well as through slave markets. And we do see this in the way of clear laws regarding this slavery in their ancient and medieval texts. Texts such as the Hebrew Bible, the Talmud, the 12th century Mishnah Torah, and the 16th century Shulchan Aruch. And forgive me for any mispronunciations. Also, the original slavery laws we find in the Hebrew Bible are almost identical to the same laws of Hammurabi in the 18th century BCE. The Hebrew Bible contains two sets of laws, one for the Canaanite slave, which was applied to all foreign slaves since the time of the Pentateuch, and one for the Hebrew slave. The laws for the Hebrew slave were indeed laws very similar to indentured servitude, which is what Jill screams until he is blue in the face. But the laws for the Canaanite, those are laws for involuntary slavery. And again, those laws apply to all non-Hebrew slaves. Now, I have to be clear, I'm not saying that this slavery was ever like the chattel slavery we had here in the States in more recent times. Not at all. Ancient Israelite society allowed slavery. This is without question historically. However, total domination by one human being of another was never permitted. But this isn't a debate on whether the Bible condoned chattel slavery. It is a debate on whether the Bible condones involuntary slavery. I grant that most of the slavery in ancient Israel was indeed more like indentured servitude, even before the Talmud was written and established in the 2nd century CE. Let's take a look at these laws, which we can find in Leviticus 25, 39 through 43. And these are the laws for the Hebrew slave. And if thy brother that dwelleth by... I shouldn't interrupt such a brilliant opening, honestly. Make sure my mic is pumping. All right. Yeah, I shouldn't interrupt such a brilliant opening, but I realize I should say, like, if you guys are still scouring the videos and you're finding shit, please feel free to comment, and in case I miss them, I'll know. Thee be waxen poor and be sold unto thee, thou shalt not compel him to serve as a bondservant, but as an hired servant, as a sojourner. He shall be with thee and shall serve thee until the year of Jubilee. And then shall he depart from thee, both he and his children with him, and shall return unto his own family, and unto the possession of his fathers shall he return. For they are my servants, which I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as bondmen. Thou shalt not rule over him with rigor, but shall fear thy God. I'm going to start my opening over because it's too good to interrupt. But, like, all right, so one last dilemma that I have doing this this thing here is the Smoky Saint shit, right? On one hand, I'm very proud of it. It was a very long battle. It was a very significant chunk of the raging atheist. On the other hand, it is where I sink my lowest, and it is the worst representation I've ever presented of myself in public. It was at the end of my alcoholism. For now, I'm gonna leave them, and I don't know if I want to leave them. But now I'm gonna leave them for the sake of, like, because the idea of this is to preserve what I want to preserve of the raging atheist, right? As I move on from the raging atheist. You know, I'm a Taoist now. I'm still an atheist. I don't believe in any supernatural God. But I'm moving on from that. I want to do this in a different way. I want to be a different kind of interlocutor. I want to grow and be a better and better interlocutor. I'm going to keep them for now just because of the representation of what of the entirety of the raging atheist. 1 second. Texting my daughter. All right. She ate and she's feeling like she needs to puke, which is bad, and she'd have to come home. And I don't have my car right now, so or she doesn't have to come home, but we've been having issues. She got the illness that I had the day after I got it, and it's been attacking her diabetes. So yeah, for now I'm going to keep this. We're gonna restart.
Go ahead with your opening.
My opening, and then yeah, just a kind of bullshit stream. I wear glasses now. I'm no longer the raging atheist. Jill, you're here. Perfect. This is the debate that I was telling you about. I'm gonna listen to the debate I crushed you in as I fix my channel.
Knock, and then Jill, you have your opening, and then we'll have a 10-minute rebuttal. And I'll put my mic on mute. And so, Knock, you know the format, right?
Yep.
Okay. So here we go. I'm gonna mute right here. Go ahead when you're ready.
All right, awesome. Yeah, I want to thank everyone involved for handing me a debate that isn't even a debate. We're talking historical fact. We're talking the words of the Bible and what they say, not what Jill wants them to say so he can feel better about following a slave master. Does the Bible endorse involuntary slavery isn't even really a question, just a pipe dream of Christians that try to apologize for what we know to be monstrous practices. But involuntary slavery in ancient Israel is just historic fact and was a part of the overall slavery system Jill is going to be talking about. Jill is going to try to say that it was nothing but indentured servitude, which was indeed a part of the slavery without a doubt. But it is clear in the Bible that Israel also took involuntary slaves through warfare as well as through slave markets. And we do see this in the way of clear laws regarding this slavery in their ancient and medieval texts. Texts such as the Hebrew Bible, the Talmud, the 12th century Mishnah Torah.
You're making me start it over, Jill. All right, I'm not going to talk to you because I don't want to start it over, and I'm working on my channel. See, oh, and that I got rid of 5 more videos. All right, so it's on Praise's channel. This is the debate where Praise fucked everything up. Like, you're gonna see it. I had to edit it together because he couldn't run a debate. It was on his channel. But if you do, like, I'd have to get your email and shit, and I'm not gonna be writing anything down right now. If you're coming into the open room, I got set from it'll run from about 5 to 9 p.m. Eastern. Then you can give me your email, and yeah, I'll send you the link or whatever. Or you could just do it yourself, right? Like, you have my permission to mirror this debate from my channel to yours. I give you full permission.
Your opening, and then we'll have a 10-minute.
We'll start it again, and I'm not going to restart it
and
again.
I'll put my mic on mute. And so, Doc, you know the format, right?
Yep.
Okay. So here we go. I'm gonna mute right here. Go ahead when you're ready.
All right, awesome. Yeah, I want to thank everyone involved for handing me a debate that isn't even a debate. We're talking historical fact. We're talking the words of the Bible and what they say, not what Jill wants them to say so he can feel better about following a slave master. Does the Bible endorse involuntary slavery isn't even really a question, just a pipe dream of Christians that try to apologize for what we know to be monstrous practices. But involuntary slavery in ancient Israel is just historic fact and was a part of the overall slavery system Jill is going to be talking about. Jill is going to try to say that it was nothing but indentured servitude, which was indeed a part of the slavery without a doubt. But it is clear in the Bible that Israel also took involuntary slaves through warfare as well as through slave markets. And we do see this in the way of clear laws regarding this slavery in their ancient and medieval texts. Texts such as the Hebrew Bible, the Talmud, the 12th century Mishnah Torah, and the 16th century Shulchan Aruch. And forgive me for any mispronunciations. Also, the original slavery laws we find in the Hebrew Bible are almost identical to the same laws of Hammurabi in the 18th century BCE. The Hebrew Bible contains two sets of laws, one for the Canaanite slave, which was applied to all foreign slaves since the time of the Pentateuch, and one for the Hebrew slave. The laws for the Hebrew slave were indeed laws very similar to indentured servitude, which is what Jill screams until he is blue in the face. But the laws for the Canaanite, those are laws for involuntary slavery. And again, those laws apply to all non-Hebrew slaves. Now, I have to be clear, I'm not saying that this slavery was ever like the chattel slavery we had here in the States in more recent times. Not at all. Ancient Israelite society allowed slavery. This is without question historically. However, total domination by one human being of another was never permitted. But this isn't a debate on whether the Bible condoned chattel slavery. It is a debate on whether the Bible condones involuntary slavery. I grant that most of the slavery in ancient Israel was indeed more like indentured servitude. Even before the Talmud was written and established in the 2nd century CE. Let's take a look at these laws, which we can find in Leviticus 25, 39 through 43. And these are the laws for the Hebrew slave. And if thy brother that dwelleth by thee be waxen poor and be sold unto thee, thou shalt not compel him to serve as a bondservant, but as an hired servant, as a sojourner. He shall be with thee and shall serve thee until the year of Jubilee. And then shall he depart from thee, both he and his children with him, and shall return unto his own family, and unto the possession of his fathers shall he return. For they are my servants, which I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as bondmen. Thou shalt not rule over him with rigor, but shall fear thy God. Those are the laws set for the Canaanite, which again were applied to all non-Hebrews and primarily taken in war. We find these in Leviticus as well, chapter 25, verses 45 through 46. Moreover, of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you, of them shall ye buy, and of their families that are with you, which they begat in your land, and they shall be your possession. And you shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them for a possession. They shall be your bondmen forever. But over your brethren, the children of Israel, you shall not rule one over another with rigor. These are clearly separate rules for voluntary and involuntary slavery found in the Hebrew Bible, when we know that historically the ancient Israelites did indeed take slaves. Hebrew slaves became slaves out of extreme poverty or the inability to pay a debt. According to the Hebrew Bible, non-Hebrew slaves were primarily drawn from the neighboring Canaanite nations and taken with religious justification, as Canaan, the son of Ham, had been cursed by God. But in later years, after the genocide of the Canaanite people, these laws were stretched to apply to all non-Hebrew slaves. I mentioned the Talmud. In the Common Era, the regulations concerning slave ownership underwent an extensive expansion and codification within the Talmud, widely as an effort to distinguish the Jewish societies from other societies during the Roman period. This included vast reform in the slave laws themselves, giving one set of rules to Hebrew and non-Hebrew slave alike. Further rights were given through the masters with manumissions, requirements like education and slave property rights. We know that during this time, there were still Hebrew slaves because Talmudic authorities tried to denounce the practice that Jews could sell themselves into slavery because they were poverty-stricken. And while
Just setting it up. Go ahead.
And while Jews did take advantage of slaves, as did other societies, during this period of 200 CE to 500 CE, slaves in Jewish households could expect to find more humane treatment. Aside from that, there is a Christian history when it comes to slavery in Israel. Christian leaders, including Pope Gregory the Great, objected to Jewish ownership of Christian slaves due to concerns about conversion. The first prohibition of Jews owning Christian slaves were made by Constantine in the 4th century. This prohibition would be upheld in various subsequent councils, such as the Fourth Council of Orleans, 541 CE, Paris, 633, the Fourth Council of Toledo, 633, the Synod of Shabbos, 1092, which extended the prohibition to Hungary. Also Ghent in 1112, Narbonne, 1227, and Beziers, 1246. Not to mention that it was a part of Saint Benedict's rule that Christian slaves were not to serve Jewish masters. So slavery and involuntary slavery is just a fact about ancient Israelite culture, not even a question. And the Christian worldview supports slavery as well, as the New Testament has several passages about it. Matthew chapter 25, verse 26, but his master replied, "You wicked and lazy slave, you knew, did you, that I reap where I do not sow and gather what I did not scatter?" Matthew 6:24, serving two masters, no one can serve two masters, for a slave will either hate the one or love the other, or be devoted to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve God and wealth. Tim 6:1, let all who are under the yoke of slavery regard their masters as worthy of all honor, so that the name of God and the teaching may not be blasphemed. Colossians 3:22 through 24, slaves, obey your earthly masters in everything, not only while being washed and in order to please them, but wholeheartedly, fearing the Lord. Whatever your task, put yourselves into it, as done for the Lord and not for your master, since you know that from the Lord you will receive the inheritance of your reward. You serve the Lord Christ. So in conclusion, not only does the Bible endorse involuntary slavery, it promotes absolute slavery to the God figure through the Christian worldview. Jill has to demonstrate how his information not only proves the history false, the words in the Hebrew Bible false, but he must account for how his own worldview endorses slavery as well. In fact, I personally see the Christian attempt to skirt around this fact that the Bible does indeed endorse slavery, condone slavery, to be an admission of guilt that the God they claim to be the basis of all morality was indeed without morality. And with that, I will yield the rest of my time.
All right, you had 2 minutes remaining. Thank you for that, Nakasuchi. Jill, you can start your 10 minutes whenever you are ready.
Hey guys, how's it going? Thanks for having me on, Praise. I really appreciate it.
All right, so I'm not gonna actually end the stream, but I gotta go pick up my daughter. So I'm aggravated. I'm aggravated. I'm gonna let the debate play while I'm gone. I don't think I see anything else on this channel on this page that needs to be deleted. I'm going to go to the next page, and I'm going to be back in about 20 minutes. So I'll be back.
This opportunity to defend the faith once and for all given to the saints. And can I share my screen? Can I do that, Praise?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So on the screen now is an article you can find in an actual museum. I think it's called the Bible Museum or something to that effect. You can find this article on the History Channel. There was also ABC also did a special on this, okay? And the title here you could read, it says, Why Bibles Given to Slaves Omitted Most of the Old Testament. Why Bibles Given to Slaves Omitted Most of the Old Testament. So my theme, if you will be, if Knock is correct, if the Bible in and of itself promotes the involuntary servitude of another, why then did they have to remove, get this, 90%? Now I'm talking about the slave masters in the antebellum South, by the way. According to Michael Walzer, who is head of this or curator of this museum, curator is just a fancy word for someone who cares for the articles in the museum, the artifacts. Michael Walzer, according to Michael Walzer, 90% of the Old Testament was removed, and that was the Bible that was handed to the slaves. 90% of the Old Testament. You would think that the New Testament would be removed, but no, 90% of the Old Testament, along with 50% of the New Testament. That's according to Anthony Schmidt, not Walzer, but Anthony Schmidt, and he is the curator of the Museum of the Bible. It's called the Museum of the Bible. The Bible has 11,089 chapters. The Bible that was handed to the slave, who basically barely could read, was 232 chapters. And can you guess what they left out of the Bible they handed to the slaves? Yes, that's right. Let my people go. That was left out of the slave Bible. So what Knock wants you to believe is that, is that the Bible condones involuntary servitude, but yet when the slave master wanted to practice his deception, he left out 90% of that Bible, which condones involuntary servitude. Furthermore, in the antebellum South, the quote-unquote white man, the Dixiecrat, right, which later became the Dixiecrats, which later became the Democrats, the party of slavery, the party of Jim Crow, the party of the welfare state, the party of abortion. The so-called white man cloaked his deception, the same deception that is brought to you, that was just brought to you in his 10-minute opening, the same deception in his quest for superiority. Now, I'm not saying that Knock here has that same quest. Of course, he has another motive, right? But there is an ulterior motive. That's the point I'm making. His quest to oppress the black man, the quote-unquote black man, the African, under the banner of Christianity. They did the same thing with science as well. This was done simply so that they can classify people with a faulty interpretation of scripture, so that they can classify people as less than human. So the same tactics, the same evil tactics that were used, again, a different motive, same tactic, different motive. The same tactic that was used that against slaves by slaveholders, taskmasters, which you don't find in the Bible. There's no gangs of taskmasters in the Bible going around rounding people up, okay? It's being used today on you. The same
5 minutes.
The Christian church's, quote unquote, justification of the concept of slavery was based mainly on abuses. and misappropriation of scripture, like Genesis chapter 9. A curse was placed on the sons of Ham, who were, according to Paul Copan, biblical scholar, were in error. It was an error to interpret sons of Ham as to mean blacks. A careful exegesis of the passage clears up the obfuscation. The curse of slavery was placed only on Ham's son, Canaan, whose children later occupied Palestine and not Africa. The word Ham means hot, not black, as many have asserted. So apart from that grievous error that is still being perpetrated today, slavery in the Old Testament was due mainly to economic realities, not racial prejudices. According to Paul Capon again, because bankruptcy laws didn't exist, people would voluntarily sell themselves into slavery. A craftsman could thus use his skills to discharge a debt. Even a convicted thief could make restitution by serving voluntarily as a slave. Exodus chapter 22, verse 3. Furthermore, the Bible denounces slavery as sin. It puts slavery on the same category as murderers, adulterers, homosexuals, perverts, liars. 1 Timothy chapter 1, verse 10. When Joseph was kidnapped, and it also gives you stories about how God feels about involuntarily forcing someone to work against their will. When Joseph was kidnapped by his own brothers and sold into slavery, it was considered a great evil. The brothers went so far as to even make an attempt to cover up their sin and lied about Jacob's fate to their own father. Another passage, which was conveniently misconstrued by, quote unquote, the white man in the South, was the Apostle Paul's writing to the church of Ephesus. He teaches, slaves, obey your earthly masters with respect and fear, and with sincerity of heart, just as you would obey Christ. Didn't we just hear that in Knox opening? Presbyterian minister and Bible commentator Alban Barnes, who was much opposed to the practice of slavery, writes this.
2-minute warning.
2 minutes. He says, and I'm quoting, the word slavery here is used to denote one who is bound to render service to another, whether that service be free or voluntary, and may denote, therefore, either a slave or one who binds himself to render service to another. It was not the design of the Christian religion to produce a rude sundering of the ties which bind man to man, but to teach all to perform their duties in a right relation with Christianity and Christ found them, and gradually to modify the customs of society and to produce ultimately the universal prevalence of which is right. So in context, therefore, the relationship between slave and master were more like a voluntary employer-employee relationship rather than a slave master and his slave, which he involuntarily enslaved. That's according to biblical scholar Matthew Barnes. Finally, the Bible recognizes as a whole the reality of slavery, so it doesn't sugarcoat history. It never promotes or promotes the practice of slavery. In fact, it was the use of the biblical value that eventually led to the removal of slavery, both in ancient Israel and in the United States. Remember, the slave Bible that Knox is promoting was the same one that was promoted to the African slaves in the antebellum South. 90% of it was missing, 90%. And I concede my time.
All right, just 5 seconds to spare. Well done with that. Now it seems to be time for a 10-minute rebuttal. So go ahead, Nakasuchi. The floor is yours whenever you are ready.
All right. Well, yeah, most of that had nothing at all to do with the debate at hand. African slavery has nothing to do with Israelite slavery in the ancient era. But I'll address your opening statement in our cross examination. My opponent would appear to lack an understanding of history and the fact that the Israelites did in fact own slaves and actively participated in slave trades through the millennia. But in my rebuttal, I want to hone in my focus on what the Bible says in reality instead of in my interlocutor's mind. Not only is Jill's argument that all Israelite slavery was indentured servitude false, it isn't what his own Bible tells him. But for just a moment, let's grant that it is indeed true. Is that still moral? Indentured servitude or debt slavery is not like modern employment, no matter what Jill just said. The system was very problematic, without regulation and riddled with abuses. Debt slaves could not leave and served at the master's beck and call for 6 years. They could also be beaten and raped. But that would be granting a premise that just doesn't contort with reality. And Jill's own Bible tells him, let's talk about the punishments any slave could endure. Exodus 21:20 through 32 says, anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result. But they are not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property. If people are fighting and hit a pregnant woman, and she gives birth prematurely, but there is no serious injury, the offender must be fined whatever the woman's husband demands and the court allows. But if there is serious injury, you are to take life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burn for burn, wound for wound, and bruise for bruise. An owner who hits a male or female slave in the eye and destroys it must let the slave go free to compensate for the eye. And an owner who knocks out the tooth of a male or female slave must let the slave go free to compensate for the tooth. If a bull gores a man or woman to death, the bull is to be stoned to death, and its meat must not be eaten. But the owner of the bull will not be held responsible. If, however, the bull has had the habit of goring and the owner has been warned but has not kept it penned up and it kills a man or woman, the bull is to be stoned as its owner also is to be put to death. However, if payment is demanded, the owner may redeem his life by the payment of whatever is demanded. This law also applies if the bull gores a son or daughter. If the bull gores a male or female slave, the owner must pay 30 shekels of silver to the master of the slave, and the bull is to be stoned to death. Clearly, any slave, even Hebrew slave, does not have the same value as a freed Israelite. That is the punishment that any slave could receive. But again, there were separate laws for non-Hebrew slaves, as said in Leviticus 25:44 through 46, as I have already said in my opening. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life. But you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. This clearly indicates that you can purchase foreign slaves from markets or acquire them through warfare, that they are your property forever, and you can bequeath them to your children when you die. And then we can talk about this sexual slavery that was part of the overall system, and you get another layer of involuntary slavery. Jewish marriage itself in ancient Israel wasn't one man and one woman. It was one man, one wife, and several concubines. Numbers 31 says, the Lord said to Moses, take vengeance on the Midianites for the Israelites. After that, you will be gathered to your people. And Moses did that, sending 12,000 men to conquer the Midianites. But the soldiers didn't kill everyone. They spared the women and the children. This infuriated Moses. And Numbers 31:15 through 18 says, have you allowed all the women to live? He asked them. They were the ones who followed Balaam's advice and enticed the Israelites to be unfaithful to the Lord in the Peor incident, so that a plague struck the Lord's people. Now kill all the boys and kill every woman who has slept with a man, but save for yourself every girl who has never slept with a man. An Israelite father could sell his own daughter into this sexual slavery, as we see in Exodus 21:7 through 8. If a man sells his daughter as a servant, she is not to go free as male servants do. If she does not please the master who has selected her for himself, he must let her be redeemed. He has no right to sell her to foreigners because he has broken faith with her. If he selects her for his son, he must grant her the rights of a daughter. If he marries another woman, he must not deprive the first one of her food, clothing, and marital rights. If he does not provoke her with these three things, or if he does not provide her with these three things, she is to go free without any payment of money. Let's not forget that this is also a book. Oh, we lost our moderator. Let's not forget that this is also a book that also endorses rape, as we see in Deuteronomy 22:28 through 29. If a man happens to meet a virgin who is not pledged to be married and rapes her and they are discovered, he shall pay her father 50 shekels of silver. He must marry the young woman, for he has violated her. He can never divorce her as long as he lives. But if you really want to talk about involuntary slavery, I don't think you can get any clearer than what Exodus 21:2 through 6 offers us. If you buy a Hebrew servant, he is to serve you for 6 years, but in the 7th year, he shall go free without paying anything. If he comes alone, he is to go free alone. But if he has a wife when he comes, she is to go with him. If his master gives him a wife and she bears him sons or daughters, the woman and her children shall belong to her master, and only the man shall go free. But if the servant declares, I love my master and my wife and my children, and do not want to go free, then his master must take him before the judges. He shall take him to the door or the doorpost and pierce his ear with an awl. Then he will be his servant for life. This is a loophole to turn indentured servants, quote unquote, into lifelong property. What good businessman today or awful slave master in these ancient times won't take advantage of this and force entire families into lifelong servitude? Whether Jill would like to argue for moral relativism, that is, if a society says it is okay, then it is moral, or divine command theory, that is, if God says it is okay, then it is moral, does not take away from the fact that this Bible does indeed condone involuntary slavery. I personally reject either of those two arguments, by the way. And as a side note, I would urge Christians that make these arguments trying to whitewash their God, whitewash their history, to find some conviction and look at the Bible for what it actually says. We do not live in an era where we deem these things to be moral or lawful. Even in warfare, enemy combatants have rights under the Geneva Convention and other codes of conduct. You cannot change the words now, thousands of years later. You can rationalize them. You can ignore them, but you cannot change them. You cannot take away a history that is there and agreed upon by all to see. You can only squirm and try to make a reality that didn't happen. Accept the truth, be a Christian, take a stance, and then we can have a real argument. With that, I'll concede the rest of my time.
Okay. No moderators, so we're on our own.
Hold on. So, yeah, you got a 10-minute rebuttal, Jill.
Okay. Now, did you notice nothing in any of the passages, although he cited many of the regulations, nothing in any of the passages would suggest that any of the participants in this industry or in this quote unquote slavery were said to be there by force. The debate is not whether or not the Hebrews had a system in which people worked for other people. The debate, Knock, is whether or not those people are there involuntarily. So simply citing a bunch of laws and precepts, if you want to call them that you don't like, that are antiquated, that are old, then we have more sophisticated forms of servitude today, yes. But the problem is you have not proven that they are there involuntarily. You said that it sounds like that this is involuntary servitude. We don't want you to teach us what it sounds like. We want you to prove involuntary servitude. Now, you mentioned Leviticus 25. Well, we'll get to the passages in our back and forth, but I want to share the screen really quickly. praise, if you could. Because we're going to have to go all the way back to elementary. We're going to have to go all the way back to elementary school with this one, praise. Can you share my screen? Okay, there we go. Sally had a dog. No, words are univocal. That's just a fancy word for that they are not. Excuse me. Words are not univocal. Univocal is just a fancy word for the fact that they have more than one meaning. They do not have one meaning. Okay. Sally went to the store. Sally uses her attic to store food. Same word, different meaning. Why? Because words are equivocal. It's the context that determines the definition of the word. So you can't just read the Bible and open it up in the 21st century and see the word slavery and assume that they understood the word to mean the same as we do today. So now words, and if you study the etymology of the word, you'll find that this word in particular, slavery, some words gain meaning. This word lost meanings. So it used to mean many things. Let me show you something. Today it only means one thing. Okay? It only means one thing today. Again, this was the same trick that the slave master used on Africans in the antebellum South. The same trick. Again, different motives, same trick. The word that is used in the Bible to describe a slave, quote unquote, is Ebed. E-B-E-D. That's number one. It's in the Hebrew Old Testament. And did you see that you see the meaning in the third column there? The meaning, there are three different meanings. There are three different meanings for the same word. Now today, that word slave would only mean what? One thing. Slave. Period. Someone who is forced to do something against their will. Someone who is involuntary and captured or serving someone against their will. They don't want to be there, right? But in those days, it could have meant a servant, a bond servant, someone who owed money, or it could have meant a slave. So there are actually three definitions, three meanings of the word. So don't be fooled by the slave master. And when he sits that 90% of the Old Testament taken out of that Bible, when he puts that Bible in front of you and it says, slaves obey your masters, don't be fooled by that. Okay, you tell the slave master, hey, wait a minute, slave meant three different things. Which slave are you talking about here? So when we start getting into some of these passages, my challenge to Knock will be to show us in these passages. Now, he's going to point to a bunch of rules that he doesn't like. I don't like some of the rules today, but no one is forcing me into those rules. If I open up a bank account and I take out a loan from Citibank, right? I don't like the fact that they're going to charge me interest, but I knew that coming into the contract. I made a decision to voluntarily sell myself to Citibank. Therefore, I need to adhere to the contract that I agreed to. So that is what a bond servant would have done. That is what a servant would have done. A servant would have agreed to serve his master. Okay, so what the challenge will be is for Knock to demonstrate from the context, just like we did with Sally going to the store, what the word slave means here. Not to just say slave and then, because it only means one thing to us today, assume that it must have meant that one thing to them. All right, he brought up the Geneva Convention. Have you read Geneva, Article 16? Now, this is in the case of war. The Bible has its own rules for warfare, in which you are allowed to capture people, okay, people who are left behind. As a matter of fact, how much time do I have? How much time do I have?
4 minutes.
1 minute. As a matter of fact, Geneva Article 16 says you are to capture them. 4 minutes. How much time?
Under 3 now.
3 minutes. Okay. All right. You are to capture them. Why? Not to rape them, not to abuse them, but to make sure that you take them to a safe place, which is exactly what God says that we are to do for those people who are left behind, POWs, survivors, women, children. It's a matter of fact, if we go back in our own history, go back to World War II, Google war bride. See, all this stuff is in our history because nothing has really changed. A sophistication of a concept does not erase the concept. What Knock is going to try to do is say we're more sophisticated in our approach today. Well, that's true. They're antiquated. They're old. They're old fashioned with theirs, right? They didn't have the technology we have, right? They couldn't just load people up on a transport vehicle and take them halfway across the world to safety, right? They didn't have that that ability, right? So war brides, Google war brides, right? These were women who married military personnel from other countries in times of war during military occupations, a practice that occurred in great frequency during World War I, World War II. Among the largest and best documented examples of this were marriages between American servicemen and German women, which took place after World War II. By 1949, there were over 20,000 German war brides immigrated to the United States. So these were men after destroying their towns, after killing their men, right? All the things that he's going to bring up that he doesn't like. I don't like war either, but that's the reality of war. They were actually married. So the Bible says, now where are we getting this from? We're getting it from the Bible because we get just war theory from the Bible. Now, the reason why I'm bringing up warfare in my last 2 minutes is because that is the only time. And I asked Dr. Josh the same question and he could not answer me, and neither will Knock. The only time you see in the Bible where you can involuntarily capture someone would be a POW or a survivor after a war, which you're obligated to do, not only by Geneva, but by God. Because leaving them there would be tantamount to murdering them without a man, without a husband, without a way to take care of themselves. You just destroyed all of their infrastructure. They have no way to get water or food. They would...
Excuse me. Wow. That didn't take too long. We still got a good chunk of that. We're going to get back to fixing the channel. I see this one guy was here. Dwayne Burke was here. Jill was here. Somebody's still here. It's probably Jill. I think this might be triggering you, Jill. It's cool, bro. Take the L. Take the L. I'm going to continue it in the background as I continue fixing my channel now that I'm home. I do got to keep an eye on my daughter's blood. She's going up. So, but she did just puke, so I got to kind of let it settle down. And then once it kind of settles, I can give her another shot. But yeah, this illness is just really attacking her her ketones, really attacking her diabetes. She's already been in the hospital once a couple days ago. It was pretty bad. So I'm really hoping to avoid that again. And the trick to it is like electrolytes, because as her body's fighting it, it's really dehydrating her. So hopefully we can keep her out of the hospital. So yeah, we'll continue this in the background.
Then susceptible to barbarians attacking them who roam the countryside looking for opportunities to pillage and to rape after warfare, after the battle is done. So leaving them there would be paramount or tantamount to murder. So our God says, no, you must take them. And so does Geneva Article 16, if you read it. So again, you said nothing to prove that any of these people who are in, how much?
20 seconds.
20 seconds. Knock has not proven, based in the context, that any of the people who were called slaves, who are being legislated, who are being regulated by the law of Moses, were there by force.
All right, that seems to be time. I think now we are going to go into the open exchange and cross-examination.
No.
I meant, sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
10-minute cross-examination for each side, and Quentin's adding in this help too. So we got Quentin and Tog as mods.
Yep. I'll start the clock whenever you guys want. Just let me know.
Thank you, Quentin.
All right. So,
Jill, if you if you want to mirror it, it's right there. Debate: does the Bible condone involuntary slavery? Right, it's right there. August 31st, 2020 is when I put this edited version out. So there you go, bro. Put it on your channel.
Jill has given a bunch of trying to find the right words, not curse, a bunch of interesting comments throughout this debate. And he has yet to actually really touch upon the debate very often. So I've taken notes. Let's talk about Jill's opening. A video called Why Bibles Given to Slaves Omitted Most of the Old Testament. And then he rambled on for quite a long time about this when it has nothing at all to do with Israelite slavery, Israelite culture, what the Bible says about Israelite culture. Whether or not slaves were given edited Bibles has nothing at all to do with this debate. 90% of the Old Testament being removed. It's easier to get them to Jesus belief. You admit yourself in that opening that most slaves could barely read. In fact, it was against the law to teach a slave to read. And we're talking about, again, American slavery that has nothing at all to do with Israelite slavery. The political tirade about Dixiecrats, that was...
I mean, it's fine to do so. And when you do, you'll see that my edit is true, Jill, because you're just not remembering this debate, dude. Praise could not run his channel, and like there's like this long period in the middle of the debate where Praise's channel breaks, right? So I had to edit all of that shit out to make this the debate that we had, right? So if you want to go and do that and you want to do all that work, I don't blame you. I do put my little quips up, you know, throughout the edit. I was the raging atheist, but like if you want to do that, I mean, are you drunk, dude? Can you not remember the debate? Like, Praise's channel broke because he can't. Like, this one guy was here. If he was still around, he could remind you because he was, you know, a moderator. But the channel broke, so I had to edit it together. That's the only reason it's an edit and not just a direct mirror. Remember, dude?
It's funny. Has nothing at all to do with this debate. My quest to oppress the black man under the banner of Christianity. While hilarious, it was hilarious. It was really funny. It has nothing at all to do with this debate. I agree that the Sons of Ham was not a curse on blacks.
I get it.
African slavery has nothing to do with the slavery we are talking about. And you are correct when you say that scholarship would agree that it's not referring to any racial prejudice towards black people. In fact, Ham would have been along the same descent as the rest of them. Again, not talking about African slavery at all. You said something about due to economic realities, which is what your general argument usually tends to be, indentured servitude, that is all voluntary, despite what the Bible says. And you go to great lengths to really not talk about what the Bible actually says, and you go to great lengths to spit a bunch of nonsense. A passage misconstructed by the white man in the South again. Yes, that happened. Yo.
Oh, this is a cross-examination period, so maybe if you can form that in some type of a question, that'd be great.
Oh, I thought we had 10 minutes. A little confusion, miscommunication from the beginning. Because, I mean, all of those are questions. Like, what does any of that have to do with... I thought we had 10-minute individual cross-examination. So I was going into everything that I wrote down that he said. So that's just a miscommunication. So what does anything that I just mentioned have to do with this debate?
Well, you brought up the why I first started with the slavery Bible, because it's appalling to me that
but what does it have to do with whether or not there was voluntary slavery?
I'm about to explain. Let me answer. It's appalling to me that anyone, including the slave master in the antebellum South, would provide only bits and pieces of information about what was going on in the ancient Near East to anyone, whether it be a slave master or whether it be someone in the 21st century today. Furthermore, I asked you a question, okay, but I'll wait to ask that question when it's time for my rebuttal. But the reason why I brought it up...
we already had rebuttals. Like I'm confused by this too. I thought I had 10 minutes and I thought you had 10 minutes. So I guess we were both confused about that.
Yeah, well, I'll explain why I brought that up. I think I did already explain why I brought it up, because if your theory is correct, basically, then why did they have to remove those parts of the Bible?
It has nothing at all to do with any theory. I'm talking about what the Bible says, what the Bible actually says. It has nothing at all to do with African slavery. It has nothing at all to do with a Bible that would have been given to slaves. That has nothing at all to do with this debate.
Okay, next question.
Your political tirade about Dixiecrats and how, what did any of that have to do with this debate?
Well, it was a comparison to show you that you aren't the only one who used the same deception. There were people before you that used the same type of misrepresenting of what the text actually communicates. So that was my way of showing everyone that you're just on the same level as the white slave master in the antebellum South. The Dixiecrat white slave master, by the way.
Yeah, that would be my next question. My quest to oppress the black man under the banner of Christianity, that's a little confusing to me. And then I guess, you should probably take time to try to pick apart what I've been saying for the last 20 minutes as well. I don't want to just take all the time to pick apart what you've been saying.
Yeah, well, you still have some time left in your...
Well, again, I think there's some confusion here.
Give him some extra time, guys.
Yeah.
Give him some extra time. Go ahead.
I put his time on hold, so Praise, is it 10 minutes for them to ask questions or 10 minutes to answer questions?
So it should have been 10 minutes, yeah.
All right, so I get to ask questions and then he gets to ask questions. I'm sorry. I tried to clarify this all before the beginning, but I'm still a bit confused. All right, so I have time to still ask questions. Okay. All right. So that has nothing at all to do with it. Again, like notice that like during this whole period, I'm not really asking you anything about what you said about voluntary slavery. We'll get there.
Is that a question?
I'm getting there. So you finally get to your actual point, which would be employee and employer relationship. You quoted a scholar named Matthew Barnes. Again, I don't think that applies. That is said by any scholar.
Is that a question?
Really anywhere. So I mean, again, like, how do you equate being in a modern day job to being a slave, being owned by a human being in the ancient world?
Well, if I'm there voluntarily and I want to be owned voluntarily, then yes, I could equate the two because both are voluntarily. Both are voluntary actions. That's the point. You need to prove that there is involuntary servitude, other than in the case of warfare, where the rules are different, where we're not dealing with citizens. Okay, so that's why I made that comparison. They both are voluntary servitude or situations of voluntary servitude.
So again, you're referring to the slave laws that ruled over Hebrew slaves, and not referring at all to the laws that would have ruled over non-Hebrew foreign slaves or the slaves that would have been taken in war. So you say that God does not say Israelites should be taken prisoners of war, but then you were later admitted that they did take prisoners of war, and you tried to equate it to somehow taking them to safety. But that's not at all what the Bible says, is it?
Is this a question? Yes,
Oh,
that's what it says.
I just ended it with the question. Yes.
Yeah. So
how does it say that?
Well, for one, the women that were taking that you cited were said to, you were supposed to marry them. If you found them to be attractive, basically, you were attracted to some of the Mennonite women, then you were to marry them. Not treat them as whores or slaves.
So not just involuntary slavery. You're not just taking them against their will because you just killed their families.
That's
not just involuntary slavery. So you're admitting to the involuntary slavery here, but they also had the right to rape them.
No,
that's what you're admitting. You just said that.
I said marriage, sir. Do you know the difference between marriage and rape?
They can take them as slaves and then marry them, which would be raping them. So I mean, do you think that would be voluntary for a woman to want to marry the person that just killed her entire family?
Marriage is rape. Did you hear that, honey? No, I would not equate that to rape. Rape is rape, sir, and it's a very serious thing.
So can it be voluntary if you are taking as a prisoner of war and put into slavery?
Yes.
How?
Because if that person said, I don't want to go with you, you were not to take them. Okay. If they said, yes, I will go with you, I have nothing. Now I will say
that's not what the Bible says.
I will say, and let me answer. I will say that the compulsion to marry was there. Obviously, I'm marrying. Yes, I'm getting the heck out of here. I'm tired of smelling burnt sulfur. Whatever. They don't use sulfur. They didn't use sulfur back then. But I'm not going to breathe this Agent Orange, right, anymore. Yeah, I'm going on to that transport. So I'll wait for my rebuttal to ask you a question, because since you're equating what the Israelites did as rape, then you would also have to equate what our servicemen did as rape as well.
Not at all. We're talking about ancient Israel.
I know we are.
So, I mean, the debate is about whether the Bible condones voluntary slavery. I have shown several passages where it does. You gave me something about
in the
Hebrew words. You gave me something about Hebrew words, which you should probably talk to a scholar about that.
Sure.
You're not one, by the way. So I guess that would be, we don't have much time. I'm really sorry that I couldn't have approached that in a different way. A little bit of confusion. I don't think that you have shown.
Is this any?
I don't think that you've shown anything that would say that the Bible doesn't condone voluntary slavery.
Sir.
No, it's not. I'm making a statement with my time.
Not only do you not know the difference between marriage and rape, you don't know the difference between a question.
Well, you obviously don't know. I like to say that it is. You obviously don't know how to give me my time either. So you haven't done anything to refute the Bible passages spoken of. You are trying to infer that by taking a human being and saying in a time of war, or however you do it, because they did purchase them through slave markets as well. This is history. This has been shown. You are equating that with taking a prisoner of war, taking them to safety. It's just ridiculous, Joe. It doesn't have no merit. It's kind of stupid. I succeed. I yield the rest of my time.
That's not a question either, man.
No, it's not. It's not.
All right. So let's go over to Joe. Whenever's keeping track of the clock.
Whoa, Tyler, you're breaking up. All right, you're starting the clock at 10 minutes. Okay, my first question. Are you listening, Knock? All right, because I did not predict he was going to do this. Did not I predict he was going to do this. He was.
Are you going to talk about the debate now?
Warfare. Yeah.
Right, cool.
Yeah. So other than in the case of war.
How much do we got left? We got about 20 minutes left. Real quick, let me see if I can do this. All right. I got our next background shit going on. I remember this debate. I remember it being hilarious. It's me versus Jungle Jargon. Way back in the day. One of the first debates I ever tried to do. So that'll be fun. We'll go back to this.
In which I've already cited the Geneva Article 16, where it says, let me read this for you. Geneva Article 16 says that you are to capture prisoners within the shortest time period possible. right? So you're not to leave them there. You're not to leave women and children there.
What does this have to do with the debate?
Other than let me ask my question. You can respond when it's ready for you to respond, right?
Okay.
I'm going to ask the question. Unlike you,
Okay.
other than in the case of war, can you cite one example of taskmasters, gangs of taskmasters, slaveholders, man stealers, any law that would promote that and encourage that, other than in the case of war, where that was happening in the Old Testament or the New Testament?
What are you talking about? So can I show where involuntary slavery wasn't due to war? Is that your question?
Yeah. Can you show me other than in the case of warfare?
Sure.
Right?
Sure. Okay. Slaves were purchased. We see that slaves were purchased by Abraham, the priests, the general populations, and especially the author of Ecclesiastes. Leviticus 22:10-11. No one outside a priest's family may eat the sacred offering, nor may the guest of a priest or his hired worker eat it. But if a priest buys a slave with money, or if slaves are born in his household, they may eat his food. Ecclesiastes 2:7 says, "I bought male and female servants."
I said one example.
You don't want me to answer the question?
Can you count to one, sir? Thank you.
Whatever. You don't like the answer.
I asked for one, sir. Can you count the one?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. I can give you like 50 though.
Good. So the one you gave me again does not demonstrate. Remember my example? Sally went to the store, right? Sally stored up houses. Just simply finding the word slavery, you have not demonstrated that those slaves were there involuntarily. Purchasing someone, if they want to be purchased, is not an example of involuntary servitude. My next question.
I just said they bought.
My next question. Again, buying a person is not an example of involuntarily purchasing them.
You are saying that purchasing slaves?
You're not asking the question.
Is not involuntary slavery?
No, it's not. Because I purchased 2 slaves the other day from Home Depot. I don't know if they were legal. I don't know if they were legal or not. But okay. So question number two. Because they wanted to be purchased. They were there because they wanted to work. They were there voluntarily, and I bought them. Okay. So just simply finding the word "bought" is not going to be enough. Okay, context is king. Number 2, how could, and this comes from Dr. Praise's book, how could one oppressive master subjugate an entire household of slaves? Since you have no evidence of any gangs of taskmasters roaming around Palestine, you have no historical evidence for that. So in the ancient world, the house master, right, had slaves. Abraham had several hundred slaves, right? How was it possible, if this master was an oppressive master and he kidnapped all of these people by himself, how was it possible that he subjugated an entire household, in some case 200-300 slaves? How is that possible? Can you answer that, please?
What are you even talking about? Like how can a master oppress his slaves? Is that your question?
Let me repeat myself again. Boy, how can one?
And I don't know, Joe. Like I'm not sure if I'm calling you the meth head in this. I think I'm calling Praise the meth head for not being able to operate his channel.
Taskmaster, so-called, right? One person subjugate all 200-300 of his slaves. If he's oppressive, if he kidnapped them by force and forced them to be there, how is he able to keep them there and subjugate them and keep them in bondage, being that he's only one person?
Well, I'm sure they had some system of rules within their households. Did you not hear in my opening that most slaves, at least in the Talmudic era, would have had some of the best treatments slaves had? It doesn't mean they're not slaves just because they're treated well. What is your point? We're talking about involuntary slavery. You're not addressing the debate at all.
Okay, so you can't answer the question as to how that's possible. If they were there by force, how was it no rebellions, no slave rebellions at all? Are you serious? How many slave rebellions did we have?
Are you kidding me? You're pretending that there wasn't an army, that there wasn't law, that there wasn't rule. I mean,
how much time?
What are you even saying?
How much time?
4 minutes. 4 minutes.
Oh, that's plenty of time. So number 3, next question. Why did they, and this is why I brought this up in my opening, all right, for a reason. Why did they remove, they meaning this taskmasters, the same rhetoric that you're pushing on us today, that they pushed on to Africa?
No, you're the one using this, and I'm the one saying that has nothing at all to do with the debate.
Ask the question, please.
I know you're lying and strawmanning.
I know. Why did they remove? If what you're saying is true, if what you're saying about our Bible is true, why did they feel it was necessary to remove 90% of the Old Testament and 50% of the New Testament?
Again, this has nothing to do with the debate. It has, like, why they gave the slaves a certain edited Bible has nothing at all to do with whether or not there was involuntary slavery in the Bible.
Can I share my screen, please?
It has nothing at all to do with it. I mean, you can share your screen all you want, but you're not even addressing the debate. You're so far left field, dude. It's like, wow.
Okay, so here is, let me see. Here is, can I share my screen, Praise? Praise, you there?
I thought you were going to address the Bible passages I talked about.
I am. Praise, you there?
Yes.
Yeah, can I share my screen quickly?
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you. Here's one of the passages they took out of the Bible. Woe unto him that uses his neighbor's service without.
I mean, I have read your last comment, Jill. Like, Knock, I don't know how you ever thought you won this debate. Like, either you have just like absolute cognitive dissonance about yourself, or you're just a troll. Like, you were crushed, dude. And like, you even admitted it. This is the debate that Smokey Saint creamed your ass afterwards for losing to Nakasuchi. Smokey Saint will attest to that. He wouldn't back away from that. He fucked you up for walking into this debate with me. So, like, you can pretend like you didn't admit it to try to save face a couple years after the debate, but this was like my shining moment. And you try to, like, earlier in the chat, say this didn't exist. Well, here it is. So it's funny. It's funny to me. And welcome to the other two folks watching with us. Right now I'm just kind of going through content, getting rid of stuff at first glance that I don't like. I will be going through in a more detailed way. I don't need hundreds upon hundreds of videos to reflect the Raging Atheist. But I do want a broad overview of what I did as the Raging Atheist. So that's kind of what I'm working on now. Again, I started this in-between stream of streams today because I went about it the wrong way, and I fully admit it. I just wasn't thinking. I've been off of YouTube for a year. I unprivated all of my edited content after a quick little run through and deleting a few videos here and there, and wasn't really thinking, like, there's a lot of personal videos that I definitely am going to be taking down, stuff like that, videos that I really need to weed out. So that's kind of what I'm doing right now. I had Smokey Saint and Basement Dweller all up in my side chats being awful human beings. So yeah, that's kind of just what I'm doing right now, hanging out. At 5 o'clock tonight, I will be opening up a room. Anybody's welcome to come in and chat. I can host up to 10 people on the screen. I don't want it to be a chaos, and we'll see where it goes. We'll see how long it lasts. I am, slating it 5 to 9, but if Jill comes in and is just awful about yesterday, then we'll see. We'll see how long it lasts. But yeah, so open room tonight. This is just kind of like a chill stream, so welcome to anybody chilling with us. After this debate, I've got a jungle jargon debate, one of my first debates ever. I remember it being a very interesting debate. I remember that. So looking forward to kind of listening to that in the background as I go about my business.
wages. That's according to, again, the Bible Museum curator, who was actually, this was aired on NBC. You see the little logo, nothing but crap, NBC. Now, sometimes they do give real news.
Again.
All right. So, again, I ask you, why did they remove, if what you're saying is true, why did they have to remove 90% of the passages, 50% of the passages out of the Old Testament? Why did they have to
are you saying that the Bible passages that I've read during this debate that implies involuntary slavery isn't
Have
true?
my camera off for a second.
And you're using a YouTube video about a book given to slaves here in America?
I'm not answering the question.
No, it has nothing to do with the debate. I don't know why they gave them that book. I don't know. I wasn't there, Joe. It has nothing to do with this debate. What are you even talking about?
At least you're being honest.
What are you even talking about right now, dude? Get on topic.
All right. So, can you name my fourth question? How much time do I have?
2 minute warning.
2 minutes. All right. Can you name? You mentioned Leviticus 25, and the part of Leviticus 25 that you read. I'm going to see if I can pull this up really quickly.
So we're pulling up Leviticus 25. Okay.
Leviticus 25. You read Leviticus 25, but you didn't read it. You know, like I told some of my.
I broke down the passages that implied
I didn't
my point.
I didn't ask you the question yet.
Okay, we'll get to it. You was complaining about me, dog.
All right. So you read it, but you didn't read it. Okay. Leviticus 25. What verse was that? Did you read? Verse 33.
I read it.
35.
Are you talking about the Canaanite law?
Okay.
Is that the one you talk? I mean, I read quite a few passages.
I'm gonna read this in another version because the King James is a little too crazy for me.
Really?
I'm gonna read this in the English.
Better not tell that to some fundies.
I'm running out of time. I'll come back to this. We have another. Is this it for the question and answer?
Yes.
We have an open conversation, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I got 27 minutes, so that's. I mean, like I said, it's a 7:30 hard stop.
Okay. So let me. How much time do I have? Let me get the New Living.
Time's just about over. Maybe 30 seconds left.
All right.
I mean, I can answer your question if you can actually tell me the Bible verse you're referring to.
All right, let me share my screen really quickly. Leviticus
25, 45 through 46, moreover of the children of the strangers.
All right, really quickly. I don't need you to read. I didn't ask you to read. That wasn't my question.
Well, obviously you do.
All right, so here it is. Can I share this really quickly? This only take 20 seconds. If any of your fellow Israelites become poor and are unable to support themselves, help them as you would a foreigner and stranger, so they can continue to live among you. Now, my question is, how will you...
We should be at time.
Give me 10 seconds. I just want to ask one more question at my time. He can answer. He can take all the time he wants to answer.
No, that's
how were you to treat
that's up to praise.
foreigner?
I would say it's time.
Let's just do an open discussion now. We'll just add this part of the open discussion.
All right, we'll add this to open discussion. All right.
Go ahead.
So if your Israelite was poor, how were you to treat them according to verse 25? As what? As you would treat a who?
According to verse 35, right?
Yeah. If your fellow Israelite became poor, how were you supposed
Again, we are talking about the Hebrew law here. We're talking about the Hebrew law. The Canaanite law comes later in the verse. Do you understand that, Joe?
All right, so we'll get to that. But in verse 35, how were you to treat your fellow Israelites, just like you would treat who? What does the verse say?
What? Where are we at?
It's there. Verse 35. It's on the screen.
35. If any of your fellow Israelites become poor and are unable to support themselves among you, help them as you would a foreigner and a stranger, so they can continue to live among you. A foreigner, yes, not a foreign slave.
So how? Answer my question, please. How are you supposed to treat people who were your Israelite brother, quote unquote, who became poor? You would have treated them just as you would.
What does this have to do with it?
Can you answer the question, please?
I just said it, a foreigner and a stranger.
Okay. So are you to treat Israelites good or bad? If they're your fellow Israelites, were you supposed to treat
if they're poor, you treat them good. What does that have to do with being a slave?
How are you supposed to treat foreigners?
I don't know. Pretty good, I would hope.
Okay, so you're supposed to treat them both good.
Unless you're taking them as a slave.
Good job. Excellent.
Unless you're, again, this has nothing at all to do. You're trying to talk about context of the Bible here, but you're reading from earlier in the passage. The passage that deals with non-Hebrew slaves is 45, 46.
Sir,
do you want to scroll down there and discuss that one?
Verse 35 deals with both, sir.
No. Well, I'm talking about the laws that deal with the involuntary slaves. You don't want to have a discussion about that?
Let's go over this again. He's not getting it, Praise. How are you?
Why are you avoiding verses 45 and 46?
You can bring it up if you want. I'll stop sharing. How are you supposed to treat someone who was a foreigner?
It, again, has nothing to do with the debate on whether or not the Bible has involuntary slavery. You're talking about the poor. You're not talking about slaves. You are trying to conflate the two. It has nothing to do with the debate. Let's talk about the debate.
Okay.
Leviticus 25, 45 through 46 says, no, you got a chance to speak. Now I get a chance to speak. So be quiet. This is an open conversation now. This is an open conversation now. Moreover, of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you, of them shall ye buy, and of their families that are with you, which they begat in your land, and they shall be your possession, and ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them for a possession. They shall be your bondmen forever, but over your brethren, the children of Israel, ye shall not rule one over another with rigor. So, I mean, that clearly implies possession. That clearly implies that you can be born into slavery. That clearly implies involuntary slavery. If you're born into slavery, you're not a voluntary slave.
He added involuntary slavery in there. Did you see that, guys? Did you see that? Nowhere in the text.
So you're saying that if you are born into slavery, that's voluntary.
Can I respond?
Are you making that statement?
And I respond. Thank you.
Please do.
Nowhere in this text does it say that the people who are there involuntarily. You added that to the text.
Does it say in the text that they're voluntarily?
Does it say that they're involuntarily there?
No, it doesn't say either one. We're talking about slavery. We're talking about children born into slavery. That cannot be voluntarily, Joe.
So you just picked one? Because the text doesn't say that they're there.
If you're born into slavery, that cannot be voluntary slavery.
Who's born into slavery? Children? Oh, people.
So let's read it again. Let's read it again real slow.
Does he get it yet? I mean, I don't think you get it yet, Joe. I have a feeling you don't get it yet. I have a feeling you don't get it yet.
Children born
Verse 46. Verse 46, and you shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them for a possession. They shall be your bondmen forever. But over your brethren, the children of Israel, what are you not understanding about?
If they want to be there, the parent made a decision. It was the parent who made the decision to sell them. That is still not that child being there voluntarily. They are born into it. They are born into it. You cannot run away from that. You also already admitted that they did take prisoners of war. That cannot be voluntary slavery, Joe. You need to understand definitions here.
Joe Raps left. He'll be back momentarily, possibly. He must have just accidentally clicked the wrong button.
He's got 21 minutes. Oh, man.
Please ask questions in the side chat.
Man, both of y'all's microphones are whack, dog.
Sorry, I'm driving right now.
Is mine not coming clearly?
So I sent questions
Can y'all hear me?
to Tar and Quentin, so they both have questions.
I can't read the live chat in the stream phrase. It's not letting me, but I'll try to look for them in the live chat.
I kicked myself. So what I need you to do is to find, but not to just pick one. Any, mini, mighty, mo must be involuntary. Find evidence in the context, other than people being bought and sold, other than people being permanent possessions. That's fine. I wish I was a permanent possession. Well, not now, but for Bill Gates, yeah. I wish I was Eleazar. I wish I was his Moses, or not Moses. Whose slave was Eleazar?
That's not an argument against
Abraham.
whether or not there's voluntary slavery in the Bible.
Abraham was a voluntary servant, or excuse me, Eleazar was a voluntary servant of Abraham. He was there because he wanted to be there. And he was a permanent slave because he wanted to be a permanent slave.
What is that? Like a false equivalence fallacy?
I never argued that there were slaves there on volition.
We live in the greatest
We're
country.
We're talking about involuntary slavery.
And you haven't proven it, sir.
I have. I showed you where Abraham himself bought slaves. That cannot be voluntary if you are buying slaves.
Okay, so let's look at, let me share my screen quickly. Show you something here in the text. See, we're not reading the text in light of the text, but in light of your own hatred.
No, you haven't addressed any of the text that I have read. You haven't addressed any of that. You ran away from it. You've been on African slavery this whole debate.
Because none of the information you're providing demonstrates to anyone with a two-core brain
my Bible verse
that the slavery is involuntary.
The Bible doesn't say what the Bible says. So let's get back on topic, dog. Let's get back on topic. Get back on topic.
Okay. The word of the Lord came to Abram in a vision saying, "Do not fear, Abram. I am a shield to you. Your reward will be great." Abraham said, "O Lord, what will you give me since I am childless and the heir of my house is Eleazar?" Eleazar was his slave, one of hundreds of his slaves. The heir of his house was Eleazar, a slave. Again, is Eleazar here involuntarily? You're going to suggest that he kidnapped someone?
I'm not talking about Eleazar.
Hold on, let me ask my question. Are you suggesting to us that he kidnapped Eleazar and made him work involuntarily?
No, you are saying that. I never said that.
And then made him the heir of his house?
Nope, I never said that. Never once.
So you never provide us with any context, sir. All you're doing is trying to play the same game your ancestors played on Africans. That's all you're doing.
Really? I haven't. I've provided. All right. I've provided Bible quotes. Let's provide some scholarship. Westbrook and Wells. Slaves were property that could be bought and sold, exploited for their labor, and in the case of women, exploited also for their sexual and reproductive capacity. At the same time, the law recognized the humanity of slaves. For example, they can marry and have legitimate children. Slaves could be acquired by war, especially women, or be houseborn. But a significant source of slavery, which affected citizens as well as foreigners, was indefinite. Oh my God! What is going on? Man, holy shit. Wow. Okay. So, I mean, I think you get the point. I can go on. Let's talk about Bernard Jackson. In the ancient world in general, there were two principal sources of slavery, capture and war.
You guys want to get to some of the questions that are asked?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
all right, let's get to Q&A.
All right. It's been brutal.
All right.
But for Jill,
one of the questions.
Welcome back to The Sims 4 Cottage Living Rags to Riches. Thanks so much to EA Game Changers for making this early access possible. Now let's go.
You see how my algorithm is nowadays, right? Yeah, we'll put on this other one. This is one of my first debates ever on Modern Day Debate. Old school YouTuber, Jungle Jargon. This debate was wild, y'all. This debate was wild. What is up, you heathens and demons, you beautiful, blasphemous people? Welcome back to A Raging Atheist. And this weekend, I'm going to mirror my last debate on Modern Day Debate. And I want to talk about a couple things before we get into it. And hopefully you guys will enjoy it. Hopefully you'll think I didn't totally fuck up. I think I won the debate easily. But let's talk about it. So James reached out to me the night before this debate and asked me if I would debate. And I'm like, hell yeah, I'll go argue with an evangelical. Even though I didn't know anything about the topic, I'm like, I can research it. I'll be fine. And the next day, I'm still a bit uncomfortable. He offers to get somebody else, and we try, and nobody showed up. So I did my research. I went into it not knowing too much about the topic, but knowing that I'd like to argue against evangelical idiots. And I think I did pretty well in this debate considering that circumstance. I did prepare myself.
I understood what my line of argument was going to be. And my argument was, you're making claims that science is wrong. You need to prove that the science is wrong. You're going to easily see, like, his proof came from live chats and shit that, I mean, just crazy. It's very easy to see. I won this debate. But one thing I really want to point out is I'm a little low. I'm not sure if that was intentional on Praise's part, but I was low, and that allowed Jungle Jargon.
No, you can't hear me. I'm gonna turn my camera off for just a second. I'll be my camera will be back on in just a minute.
At the end to just ramble on and overcut me, and you can't even really hear me trying to interject because I'm so low and he was so high. But at the end of it, it was really crazy. It's like, you know, JJ, as they call him, Jungle Jargon, understood that he just got completely obliterated in this debate, so he was trying to do like boxers do in the last few minutes of every round, was just keep talking, get as many blows as you can, maybe score as many points as you can. And he just kept talking and talking and talking. Finally, I was able to be like, dude, you're just cutting me off, you know, what the fuck? But, you know, like I said, I'm not sure if it was intentional on Praise's part. Probably wasn't. I was a little bit low when I went on to Utah Outcast as well. But usually I don't seem to have that problem. I was...
Jungle Jargon going first. So, Jungle, whenever you are ready, we will start time with your presentation. And when, however long this lasts, we will give the rest of the time the Raging Atheist.
Okay. Let me go ahead and do that. Okay, I can start, right? I just go to start.
Yes, go ahead. I got the time.
Okay, geology is very important for Christians in that it is the result of the global flood, which also buries the evolutionary timeline. Any one of the following points could invalidate evolution, and every claim of evolution is based on the fossil record, for example, is always disproved. No amount of evolution.
Sorry, man. Your presentation is blocked by your own clock. Can you move your alarm to the side so people can see it better?
But it's not, it doesn't matter.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead. I'll start over.
Okay, the purpose of this discussion is to educate people where the educational system has failed. I understand that I can't possibly explain everything to everybody. And in full disclosure, I do not belong to any creationist ministry, so everything that I say, I'm saying what I believe, and if you can show me evidence, I'll be willing to change, unlike so many skeptics that I know of. We're all learning together. We have to do the best with what we have, and that includes my opponent. I will need to know, and this is important, if the raging atheist knows what the volume of the sedimentary layers is around the world, and I need to know if he understands that the sediment layers were deposited by water, with very few exceptions. Information in the Bible shows that they're clean away flood sediment layers. That is the biblical prediction. Lines between the sediment layers are often flat horizontal because of having been deposited by water. The creation narrative doesn't need millions of years. Geology is not a problem for the creation account of the events. What you see is exactly what happened. The facts speak for themselves. Fossils are not always buried where they originated from. Geology is a problem for evolution. You have billions of years with no corresponding accumulation of sediment layers, except for the Precambrian water-deposited sediment layers with no fossils in them, probably from before the flood. Multiple sediment layers covering areas of hundreds of miles. No known origin of any of the sediment layers, considering the volume apart from the flood. Millions of years are missing within layers because many designated periods of time are missing. Vertebrates and land animals appeared on land about the same time as sharks in the ocean. In some cases, fish appear immediately after bacteria. Shellfish appear in the Cambrian or Precambrian alongside of bacteria. There are many missing transitional life forms, not just missing links. There's thousands of entire chains missing. Fish before sharks, land animals before sharks.
I guess I should say, like, you know, Jungle Jargon has medical conditions. And this was one of my early debates. After the movie with Matt Powell, everybody wanted to debate me on evolution. Looking back in hindsight, I'm not I'm not a person that should be debating evolution. I can't remember if I feel like I won or lost this debate. Like, I always feel uncomfortable in an evolution debate. I just remember that this debate was wild, man. Like, Jungle Jargon himself is a pretty out there dude. He's got medical conditions. I think he battles with schizophrenia. I think he had a brain injury. And this debate was just wild. So that's why it's in the background right now. I just saw it as I was doing my work. But yeah, this is just a hangout. I'm trying to like get my old content on the channel again. I'm trying to, right now I'm going through my edited content, doing like the first real run through of it. I'm probably going to end up getting rid of a lot more than I'm getting rid of today. And I also plan on, like, this is my day off. I have nothing going on today, nothing that I'm planning to do today. I've just got to keep my daughter's diabetes under control. So as long as that doesn't go haywire, then, you know, you guys can hang out with me all fucking day. 5 o'clock to whenever I decide to go to bed, we'll have an open room and anybody's welcome to come in. If anybody feels like an itch that they want to come in now, I can stop what I'm doing. I'd rather not. And bring you into a room I have on my StreamYard. Your picture wouldn't be, or I don't even really have to stop what I'm doing now because your picture wouldn't be on the screen, but people would be able to hear you. I just have to turn on my StreamYard. So, but you know, there is an open room later. So yeah, hopefully some people will come in and we'll have a conversation. I'd like to get back at it. But I do work early tomorrow, so I won't be up too late. That's for sure. So, we'll continue this, and I'll get back to what I'm doing.
Mammals before sharks, and birds before dinosaurs.
Oh, yeah, and real quick, I had stopped that because in my first glance through, before I had put everything back on the channel, when I deleted a few videos, and clearly I didn't delete all the ones I should have deleted in that first run through because, boy, did I get some notifications real quick. But like the only things that really look like they were removed by YouTube that's left are from Alex Jones and some other like big famous free speech guy who looks like they didn't like my shit. But I did delete. This is not my first delete session. I just got away from doing it because I really planned to get all of my old stuff on the channel a long time ago. I just haven't gotten around to doing it or to continue doing it.
Okay, there are many examples of overthrust and no evidence of thrust. Entire mountain ranges, plural, rearrange the geologic column. You have the Keystone Thrust, the one Castle Mountain, Bragg Creek, Coleman, Empire Mount, Lewis Mount, Valley of Fire. No slick sides where the alleged thrust is. You have gear mesh layering. 100 years after the global flood, there was a breaking up of the continents. I have to repeat this probably. 100 years after the global flood, there was a breakup of the continents. Back currents and convection currents in the mantle pushed the continents around. Early biblical genealogies suggest that the possibility of 2 or more catastrophic events beside the global flood. God has confused the languages and the languages by causing the earth to be divided. The mid-Atlantic ridge spread and pushed up the...
I decided I'm not going to listen to this one. I'm going to find the sandwich theology discussion. We'll throw the sandwich debate in the background. Once this process finishes. See, it takes forever just for like one video. It's just deleting one video right now. It takes forever. All right, I'm going to go back. So I'm on 421 and 450. I'm not going to be deleting that one that popped up. I want to go back and find the sandwich theology. It wasn't that far back ago. don't even really remember it being this far back ago. There it is. Oh, no. Can't do it like that from there. Gotta do it like that.
Honestly,
I could eat a Taco Bell taco walking.
I think we're missing the important question here that only Shannon Q can answer. Shannon Q, is taco a sandwich?
No. No.
Okay. Why is this so hard to understand what a sandwich is? It is 2 or more pieces of bread that are sandwiched, some sort of material in between them. The material in between it doesn't matter. It can be soup for all it matters. As long as there's 2 pieces of bread, it's a sandwich.
I have been enjoying Mr. A trolling of Shannon and Kyle.
Is the submarine sandwich?
He made me craft dinner, and I'll never fucking forgive him for that.
So, Jim, is an ice cream sandwich a sandwich?
No, because it's not bread.
No.
Ooh.
Despite it being called a fucking sandwich?
No, because it's called
you can call whatever the fuck you want. I can call you a sandwich if I want to.
It's got
I'm not advertising myself as a sandwich. What do you call an ice cream sandwich then? Are you calling it something else?
Look,
I just need to point out
you're an
real
actual
quick.
fucking sandwich.
I just need to point out real quick that I'm really, really happy that C. McRae is not in this conversation.
Everybody is always.
I love you,
So
Steve.
Shannon, what is your definition of an atheist?
I swear to God. I'm leaving.
I just want to let you guys know what the scholastic definition of an atheist is. I'm going to pull up the SCP for y'all right here.
Okay, well, that's my cue. To say, hey, Ocean, go fuck yourself. And also, everybody have a good night.
I used to know what an atheist was until I watched it.
Hey, Ocean, is it a sub sandwich or a grinder, whatever you call it?
Say what?
Oh my God. Goodbye, everybody. I'm looking at leaving.
Good night, Shannon.
Good night, Shannon.
Good night, Shannon. Thank you.
Oh,
Oh, man.
I didn't actually chase her off. All right. So, Jim, what were you saying?
Oh, is a sub a sandwich or a grinder, whatever you call it?
A sub.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sub. I consider a sub a sandwich, but I also don't hold to the same definition that you do about sandwiches.
Well, do you cut the bread all the way through, or do you leave it hinged? Okay, then that's a fold over.
Okay, hold on.
But is it a fold over? It's a fold over what?
So, I think
is it a fold over? Is it a wait? Hold on. Is it? It's a fold over what? You've never heard fold over sandwich? What is an is an open face sandwich a sandwich?
Fold over
I'm just saying we call all these things sandwiches. And yet for some reason they're not sandwiches. Like an open face sandwich is a sandwich.
Is a hot dog a sandwich?
Right.
Okay. I think a hot dog is a sandwich. Yes.
Here's the thing. Okay, hold on. Okay, this can be solved. Okay, like I'm gonna borrow from Aaron Ra's book on this one here. This is the phylogeny sandwich challenge. Okay, is that we can talk about a proto sandwich, like the classic notion of what a sandwich is, which is just a bread, some meat, cheese, and another piece of bread on top of it. And anything that was descended from that or directly influenced by that basic design would fall under the category of a sandwich. Because you never stop being a sandwich. It doesn't matter how much you change, you're always going to be a sandwich. Now, when we talk about burritos,
So at that point,
burritos, for example, hold on. Burritos, for example, are not influenced by the proto sandwich. Those are a special creation on its own. They part of their own little thing there. So because it doesn't fit within the phylogeny of what a sandwich is or where it came from, a burrito is not a sandwich.
Well, no,
that's an argument I've never fucking heard. So that would mean
sandwich was made with unleavened bread. Okay, so the bread that we use.
According to, I want to back up on this. So, according to the rules of evolution and such, that we never have a descendant of a sandwich that is not a sandwich. Therefore, submarine sandwich being an evolution of a sandwich is still a sandwich. Hot dog is a sandwich. An ice cream sandwich is also a sandwich because they're all descended from the sandwich.
Let me point out that fallacy of use. Are all of our ancestors Homo sapiens?
What? No.
Are all of our ancestors humans?
But is everything that comes? No, don't go creationist on me. Everything that we
I think I'm definitely drunk at this point
from
of
us
the night.
going forward. All of our descendants.
This happened after the modern day debacle. After I walked into modern day debate and allowed Matt Powell just free reign on an evolution debate. This was all of these people come in to let me know how much I just fucked up. And then this happened organically, the great sandwich debate. This was probably the most fun I ever had on YouTube, ever. It brought me out of my funk, because while I went in with intentions to that debacle, I fully admit it did not go well for me. It did not go well for me at all.
Descendants will be human.
Going forward, yes. So
Right.
forward-
The question of the ice cream sandwich. Does the ice cream sandwich predate the sandwich?
No.
I don't know.
No, because
It is a descendant. It is not an ancestor. It is a descendant of the sandwich.
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order. All right. So, all descendants of the prototype sandwich.
Proto sandwich, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Is a man-woman sandwich? Is that a descendant from the prototype sandwich?
Oh, okay. So, Ocean, what is this proto sandwich? Can you describe it to me?
I think that the proto sandwich would be probably, and in theory, 2 pieces of bread with something in the middle.
Oh, 2 pieces of bread with something in the middle.
Yes. But the descendants, the ideological descendants of the sandwich
Are
would
mud.
be sandwiches.
They are
Because
corruption.
Because the
I'm a
sandwich,
purist.
the sandwich itself is a social construct.
What about when
You
they
are
sandwich
applying an arbitrary
from
rule to what a sandwich
tortilla
is.
into a
I'm a
lettuce
sandwich
wrap?
nationalist, to me.
So here's the thing. Like, the concept of putting some type of filling between some type of like baked product like a bread or something like that is not a new concept.
First only man, first bachelor.
Okay? Like we do have like pierogies, for example, but pierogies have their own phylogeny. They have their
Richard
own
Spencer
descendants.
was the
Like
other
that,
one.
they didn't descend or branch off from the sandwich family. So a pierogi would never be considered a sandwich, even though, or like a calzone would never be a sandwich,
right? Or
even though.
To be fair to the Richard Spencer one, I think I remember that one. Yeah, that was me like playing over and over again. Richard Spencer getting punched in the face. So yeah, I probably should. YouTube probably should have removed that one.
What about a chicken wrap? One with lettuce and one with a tortilla. What's the difference? Same ingredients inside.
So a sandwich. A wrap would be a sandwich, but a burrito is not.
Why is a burrito not a sandwich? And why is
Well, because I don't think that it followed from the sandwich. It wasn't influenced directly by prior sandwiches.
But
I think it came about on its own.
But
it was influenced by the taco, which is influenced by the sandwich.
Well, burritos predate sandwiches, though.
What?
Burritos predate sandwiches.
No, I don't think they do.
Yes, they do. The sandwich wasn't invented until the beginning of the 1900s.
Okay, so sandwiches and burritos might have a common ancestor, but not all burritos are sandwiches.
Are all sandwiches burritos?
It's like they're a cousin.
Hang on, the very first bread was unleavened.
I'll point out real quick with the ice cream sandwich.
And they would have folded it, right?
The ice cream sandwich has wafers on the outside, so it is a baked product.
Yeah, I would say that an ice cream sandwich is a descendant of the sandwich family.
Okay, hold on.
We're almost done with these edited videos. I start working on my old live stream list.
I think maybe we can all agree that they're all Eurocarriers. Also, I would like someone to fight me on when we're talking about subs. I think they're a subcategory of bread or sandwich.
A subcategory of well, I mean, then if you're a subcategory of sandwich, then they would still be a sandwich.
Wait a minute, subs are a subcategory?
I agree with you entirely that they're a subcategory.
What is the end result? What's the end result of evolution of the sandwich? Is it wrapped in a vegetable?
It never stops being a sandwich. It never stops being a sandwich. Remember.
Where's it going? Where's the sandwich evolutionary line headed?
I guarantee you that if we do a DNA analysis, we will find that tortillas are not as closely related to modern day sandwiches as the proto sandwiches are to modern day sandwiches.
There we go. I agree with that.
Hey, how about hamburgers and cheeseburgers? Are they sandwiches?
Absolutely.
I think the pita bread family would be very closely related, given that they came from the Greeks.
But they're differently on menus.
Well,
there's sandwiches and then there's burgers.
I mean, some menus are made by anti-sandwichists, and they're just.
It's true. Yeah, it really depends on the menu, kind of like the dictionary.
Hey, is there anybody here that's a sandwich?
Like
a follower,
sandwich?
not a sandwich. No, a follower of asandwichism.
I think we would have to boot them from the chat.
Yeah,
right.
No, I'm a sandwichist.
You might have people that say, well, the platonic value of what a sandwich is, the ideal sandwich does not exist. And that
oh my God.
We were having a master class on the sandwich debate here on the radio.
This is going on Twitter tomorrow.
Now wait a minute. Is there a non-contingent sandwich? Like if you go back far enough,
you might be able to say
cause of sandwich.
Yes,
you might be able to say that all sandwiches are based on the ideal form of the sandwich. But all sandwiches are an attempt.
That's good.
I like the ideal form.
And I will say that sandwiches developed from tacos because the very first anything with bread and filling was a flat, unleavened piece of bread with the filling in it, and then it folded in half.
No, I gotta say that Jim.
No, but that only proves common ancestry. That doesn't make it a sandwich. That is common ancestry to a sandwich.
It is a sandwich, but
the bread on top and the bread on the bottom with something in the middle is only 6,000 years old.
I think we all need to listen to Jim.
I'm really sick of these
sandwich
bread arguments.
You're a young sandwich creationist. You heretic.
The evangelical rapist is almost at
I'm
41,000 views.
Currently, I think
2 more views
and
it'll hit 41K.
Any attempt at the ideal of a sandwich is a sandwich.
Why am I hearing Godzilla's heartbeat?
It may be. Here's a big question: is a Pop-Tart a sandwich?
No, I think that the pastry tree is different from the sandwich tree.
Yeah.
Ooh. But I think they're related.
But it is a bread product, and something in the middle. So
you see, Ocean.
No, it's not bread. That's not bread.
Ocean.
You don't think that? What do you think a fucking Pop-Tart is?
I think
it's
the Pop-Tart is
bread. It is a pastry. That is bread.
But that's not bread.
It is a bread product. What are you kidding me?
Pop-Tart.
Everything baked with the filling.
It's a crust product.
It's a Pop-Tart is the
What's crust?
Is
crust on bread?
You're all missing the most vital point, and that is how does the white bread kind become the wheat bread kind, become the rye bread kind?
Because I'll
answer
that. I'll tell you, and it's because if you look at all of the baked goods with fillings, you can tell, and you can look and see that they all develop from a certain kind of pastry. Okay.
What is this shit kind?
It started with the kind that tastes good,
saying we need to debate
the kind
this on
that
MTV.
tastes shittier, and then the kind that tastes healthy.
Jim, an MDT debate is a hot dog a sandwich?
Yes, let's do it. Let's do it.
I will gladly represent sandwich phylogeny. I will go over sandwich phylogeny
I'll do it. Stone-faced killer. You won't see a God debate with me in it. That's serious. I will just.
I'd do it. I'd love to do
I'm in.
I would have to
make this happen, Jim. Make this happen.
Years ago, there was a debate between Chris Moudy, you guys know who that is, and who was it? Another guy. It was hosted by I'm trying to remember what the channel was, but it was on. It was kind of making fun of all the debates that happened in the community, and it was whether or not what constitutes a pizza, and
okay.
I'll see if I can try. I'll find the link. I'll post it up here.
Is the calzone?
Thank you. I heard people talking about cauliflower dough pizza today.
No, none of that.
All right, I think I do believe I have finished with this first sweep through of my edited content that is back on the channel now. Not in any particular order, I don't think. It seemed to be kind of chaotic. I mean, I got a bunch of that 18 plus is a death knell. But I mean, that is the nature of the Raging Atheist. Just another reason that the channel died into obscurity. So we're gonna go over to live. I've never done any shorts. I should really utilize that. So yeah, again today at 5 o'clock, open room. Come in and talk. Or right there, right here is now. So yeah, I think, man, this is gonna be a monster. So my criteria for the live streams, and I'm not even gonna like upload these back to the channel until I've really wheedled this down. So it's not. I'm probably gonna get a lot rid of most of the old live streams where it's pretty much just me, no matter what, unless it looks like it might be important. The criteria isn't really to get drunk rage off of the channel. That isn't my goal. A lot of the conversations that I was really, really drunk in, most of the people weren't, and so a lot of important stuff is there. So my criteria mainly is to wheedle this down as much as I can. And the old stuff, like most of the stuff where it's just me talking, I'm probably just going to get rid of it. And I'm just mainly want to preserve conversations. So that's what I'm looking for now.
A pizza. Mozzarella,
it was a great debate.
Anything else is not a pizza.
I was muted. I don't know how long I was muted, so I must have double tapped again. Let's go back to it. So it's over 1,000 live streams. This is the bigger task. I am muted. What's up, Spooky? What's up, Will? Yeah, I must have double tapped. So this is the bigger task, right? And in this, I'm really looking for. I'm gonna pretty much get rid of all of my old streams that are just me, and keep all of the like streams that are conversations, right? I'm not trying to get rid of Drunk Knock at all. I want to condense this 1,000 streams down to just the conversations, right? Because even if I was drunk, a lot of the people in those conversations weren't. So a lot of good stuff would have been said, and I don't want to just delete. So, but I am going to probably just be deleting like 98% of solo streams from back in the day. So, yep, that's the goal now. And I've got pretty much 3 hours to do it before the next stream starts.
So
You
Sokka.
have to have like.
Wait, hold on. I want to ask
bready-
Sokka a question.
bread
Hold on.
dough.
Sokka, is a calzone a pizza?
Yes, a calzone is a descendant of the pizza. It's part of the pizza family. Yeah.
Right.
Anyone who says otherwise is lying.
You have to
Okay,
follow You have to
that is
follow
the
rules of
Mormonism
philosophy.
of pizzas. They overdid it, and eventually they became a calzone.
Okay, Sokka. Is a Stromboli a pizza?
Did you make that
Same
up? I have
thing
no
as
idea what
a
the fuck.
Is
Did I
the
make that up?
cannoli a taco?
Wait a minute. He's claiming to be the phylogeny expert on sandwiches and pizza, and he doesn't know what a Stromboli is?
Hang on.
Show me the transitional form. Show me the transitional form. I don't believe that the transitional form exists.
What's the difference between a hot dog?
I think a Stromboli would be a pizza.
What about
I think somebody pulled the pizza out of the oven too soon. It was too hot. They flipped it over. It fell on top of each other.
Now, no, hold on. Now we're getting into. I think that a hot pocket. It depends on the hot pocket. If it's a pizza hot pocket, I think it would be on the same level as like a Liger or something like that. It's just like a hybrid creature. You're not going to see like a pizza hot pocket reproducing on its own, but you can
it's
make
called a pizza, be pizza flavored.
Yeah, I mean, it is an image. It's like I said, it's like a liger. It's not really like part of the pizza family. It's just like a strange relative.
Yeah, its lineage stops there. There's no descendants from the Hot Pocket. No one's looking at the Hot Pocket and being like, hey, we can improve upon this.
It's more like an inflatable tiger. It's just a cruel impersonation.
It's like a mule, you know.
I had to put in.
Yeah, they're sterile. That's what I'm saying. It's like it's like one of those like hybrid species.
Like
it's
just like
they're a natural mistake. They're at some point, but they're kind of useful. Some of them can reproduce, but it shouldn't exist, and that's what a pizza Hot Pocket is.
That's a good point, because Hot Pockets are evidence that not every food mutation is beneficial.
Correct.
God damn it, man.
Well, and pizza is evidence of that as well, because it has evolved pineapple now.
Oh, now we're
not every evolution. Like some mutations are mistakes, but they manage to survive. Like like
Christianity.
It's just adapting to its environment. All right.
Shots fired. Anyway, so the pineapple pizza is definitely an example of this, of like a mutation that shouldn't exist.
Yeah, this takes me back, man. This was before all the bullshit. Like, pretty much everybody in this room, none of them speak to me anymore, and mostly my fault. In every case, a direct result of my drunkenness and buffoonery. But this really takes me back. This was when I was having fun with YouTube. Even to that night, when the modern day debacle didn't quite go as I had intended it to go. And I got a lot of pushback from all of these people. This was just fun, and I was having fun, and I was enjoying it. And this was before really the drinking had become too fucking just out of control and toxic. And this really takes me back, because this was a fun conversation. It just happened organically. It means really nothing. It was like this joke in the community at the time. This was a lot of fun, and I miss this. This is what I miss most about, like, when I wasn't doing YouTube, and I would think about doing YouTube again. This was one of the conversations that would come to my brain.
Shouldn't have survived. It's against all like moral understanding. However, it has found an environment in which it's able to perpetuate itself. Jim, what do you fucking say?
The environment doesn't give a fuck.
It's like the killer bee, right?
Yeah, or a better example would be like the Hawaiian pizza is like a dog. It's artificial selection, but you know that a pug wouldn't actually survive in nature.
So,
correct. There's no way that a pineapple pizza would survive in the wild. But in captivity. Julie, you're echoing hard, and I can't hear anybody anymore.
Wow, Maynard, yeah.
I'm muting.
Yeah,
what is the platypus of the baked goods world?
Oh, because that's like that actually goes back to like
something that's naturally occurring but still kind of fucked.
Geez, what's like an old food that we eat but we just don't know why?
Probably something Greek.
Pigs in a blanket?
No, whatever. Kolaches are delicious.
Are pigs in a blanket sandwiches?
No, kolaches. They are kolaches.
What about a cannoli?
Oh, I got it. Like fruitcake.
Cannoli?
Yeah.
Maybe it's White Castles. Is it White Castle?
White Castle. If you call cannoli a pizza, then, I mean, what is this world coming to?
I don't say it's a pizza, but it's wrapped in a dough.
So do you think it's a sandwich?
Is it
looks like
stromboli?
I'm just double tapping.
I don't know.
Oh well, it's just a hangout
Maybe
stream. I can't even remember what it says.
Why can't it just be a cannoli?
Pastries. I'm good with that.
Yeah, pastries are delicious.
There's a British dessert called the.
Yeah, and that's like been like the weirdest thing coming back is like who's still around, and like again like I've been asking people, I haven't gotten a single one. Like tell me channel names because I'm not subscribed to anybody anymore. So I think I can find Smokey. I should probably subscribe to Smokey. I don't know, Will, if you still stream. But I really want like places that people talk, so I can, if it's, you know, if I'm around in the afternoon and somebody's streaming, I can check it out or whatever. Sometimes I'll be able to be up late, you know. But yeah, that's been the thing. Like coming back is like I don't know who's still around, and all that shite. Yeah, that was Jim. Can't remember his last name anymore. Fuck. Explore the podcast dialogues. 104 episodes. What the fuck? Should be able to remember his name. Jim Majors. Yeah, Jim Majors.
Spotted Dick that so far is among my contenders for being the platypus of the
Yeah,
baked goods world.
That'd be a good one.
Bread pudding.
Oh. Let's see.
Is bread pudding a sandwich?
Oh, bread pudding.
No
more than Yorkshire pudding.
No. Yes, and no. Bread pudding is a sandwich soup.
Sandwich soup. Hello, Martha.
Hello.
Someone's saying straight up in the chat, pastry is not bread.
What does the fossil record say about the sandwich?
I think there were definitely some hominids having this debate 70,000 years ago.
Now you talk about sandwich. Talk about
Let's
sandwich.
see what Wikipedia says about the sandwich. A sandwich
You
is
talk about
consistently...
sandwich fossilization, though. Now, if a submarine sandwich, like one of those 6-footers you can get from Subway, if it was petrified, if it was petrified on end and crossed strata,
No. Hang on. First of all, tell me one instance where you made a sandwich and just fucking left it there.
No. Jim, I'll give you an example. I made a sandwich. I was walking through a bog. I tripped. I fell. I dropped my fucking sandwich, and I fucked off. That's
You
how.
didn't find your sandwich?
No, because it was in a bog, asshole.
I
just went straight into that shit. Did I drop my 6-foot sandwich?
Okay, so
Long
Jim,
way.
you drop your sandwich in a bog. You retrieve the sandwich and brush it off and eat it.
I'm not retrieving a sandwich from a bog.
Are you like Joey from Friends or something?
No, I don't. I think that even Joey. I think even Joey would consider a meatball sub contaminated once it fell into a bog.
Yeah.
First of all, with a sandwich, did I make the sandwich in the bog, or did I make the sandwich and then walk to the bog? Because that's not happening.
This is such a fucking white bread conversation.
Yeah, and you guys are all missing the fact that we have proof that dinosaurs and sandwiches existed at the same time. You need to look at the Ica look at the Ica stones and know truth.
I mean, then they made sandwiches on the Flintstones.
Bro, Brontosaurus burgers.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Checkmate.
Wow.
Martha just checkmated.
Down. Is there a coincidence that Dr. Dino and Dino are spelled the same?
You're getting into the philosophical questions now, Maynard.
I'm sorry, I'm talking about 06452-017.
I'm still stuck on the fact that ocean thinks Pop-Tarts are safe.
Okay, so
I will defend that they are sandwiches.
Just on the topic of the dinosaurs.
Oh, that was all wrong.
Ocean believes in more than one sandwich, though, right?
I'm polysandwichist.
Yeah.
Of course you are.
Point.
Oh shit, man!
Hey, wait.
I can see the title of this live stream: sandwiches and dick pics.
If they are poly sandwiches, does that mean that they have more than one piece of bread? And if they have more than one piece of bread, are they called heroes?
Well, most of them have two.
Like a Big Mac.
Oh, come on, you missed that. Come on, that.
I got it.
Well, you know, guys, with all this bickering, though, I think that we should just stop for a second and read 1 Corinthians 11:34. That if you're so hungry that you can't wait to be served, go home and get a sandwich. But by no means risk turning this meal into eating and drinking binge or a family squabble.
And the following verse, it says, if there's a woman there, have her make it.
By the way, that's an actual Bible verse. I just want to point that out. That's fucking hilarious.
Didn't Jesus
Wait.
turn like two
You said 1
fish
Corinthians what?
sandwiches into 5,000 fish sandwiches?
First,
I think a couple of them happened here, Bond, and I think a couple happened on the Great Debate Community channel back when John was the moderator over there. But I do remember one specific interaction between Chesh and Sokka. And Cheshire, that's another person that just doesn't speak to me anymore, because I tried to take a fair stance on the whole Steve McRae thing back in the day, and if, you know, and that's the thing, like that's the thing that I think we need to really stop doing is oh my God, you don't have the same exact opinion on this thing, so thou art my friend, you know. But you know, like I said, I drank a lot of people away, and I fully understand that.
Corinthians 11:34.
I was already on 11. So.
Use that in your debate, Ocean.
If there's
You're
a woman
hungry.
there, there's a woman there, she should make it. Jim, I'm appalled at you. Don't trigger Julie and Martha.
Oh, please. I don't cook anyhow.
Why?
Well, Julie's not technically a woman.
I know. I was busting Maynard's balls.
Well, if either of them were,
I mean, if you want to talk scripturally, you can talk about Corinthians 14, 34, and 35.
And for anybody in the audience that doesn't know, we are referencing a known apologist with the sandwich comments towards women.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, before we move on with the conversation, I'm gonna go. Actually, I'm still on the road, driving back.
Are you gonna Are you gonna make a sandwich?
I mean, maybe, but I'm not gonna tell you guys about it.
Whatever, you're gonna go.
We all desire sandwiches.
I have a sandwich in
And-
my fridge. I can go get my sandwich anytime I want.
Look,
Go
you're
get
all
your
invited
sandwich right now.
over- You're all invited over for sandwiches, but I'm not gonna deliver them.
Yeah, John doesn't talk to me anymore.
Nothing. I'm ready to like keep the fridge.
Yeah,
Doesn't surprise me.
yeah. Have a
Hopefully
nice,
he's doing well.
great day. Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah. Nice to meet you. I hope you didn't take offense to everyone jumping on here and giving, you our 2 cents. We care about you. We appreciated that you had the debate. We hope you can grow from this. I think I'm gonna check out all of your your whole channel, because I just wrote a script like a week and a half ago.
And this is the fucking hard part right now. So now I'm all the way at the end of this first page, right? I could click forward and just have one there, right? I should do that. I should just click forward and have one there that I know is probably just me talking Christian fundamentalism. That's what I should do. But I'm not. I'm going to check it, and I'm going to fucking delete it. Ugh.
About Matt Powell. So I definitely want to see what you have to say, and I've heard your name before. I just haven't had time to check out your stuff. So, but
Awesome.
Thank you for having me on tonight. We'll get in touch soon, and I hope everyone has a good night.
All right. Yeah. Have a good night.
See you, Greg.
Drive safe.
I just want to point out that I wrote a script about Matt Powell as well, but it's slash fiction. He probably wouldn't appreciate it.
Hey, Ocean.
Peace out, guys.
Ocean.
What's
I
up?
just came up. I thought of the definitive platypus of sandwiches.
Okay.
Remember that crazy shit that KFC put out a few years ago, where it was a sandwich,
You mean the
but the
bathtub?
bread was in the middle, and the outside was 2 chicken breasts.
Yes, I remember that.
That's like these dumbass Snapchat kids making their peanut butter and jelly sandwiches inside out.
That doesn't have bread on the outside though.
No, it's not on the outside. The bread's in the middle, and the chicken
bread's
was
in
on
the
the
middle.
outside.
So it's not necessarily. I don't know. If,
Yeah, this is my comfort hoodie. I'll have my camera back on in a second. Kiddo in the bedroom. But yeah, this is like my comfort hoodie. This is my chill hoodie, especially once fall is coming early, it seems, to Michigan. So yeah, it's a M&M hoodie.
Outside.
right.
All right, Ocean.
So the sandwich that I would say is the weird one of the sandwich would be, and this is a thing. This is a product at McDonald's, the McGangbang, which is
What?
I think yes.
Yes.
It is
No.
two
Secret menu item.
buns with a meat patty, and a meat patty in the middle is a chicken patty.
Yes, with cheese and pickles.
That's a
But they don't really call it the McGangbang.
Yes, they do. It's a secret menu item at McDonald's. It's a secret menu item at McDonald's. You can pull up to most McDonald's.
All right, just for you, Ocean. I'm going to go to my local McDonald's tomorrow, and I'm going to film myself asking for a McGangbang.
You can. All right. Now here's the thing. Your local McDonald's may not. Hold on, Maynard. Your local McDonald's may not be a participating McDonald's. However, you can find videos on YouTube of people ordering the McGangbang and successfully retrieving the described sandwich that I just gave you.
Okay, just a quick warning, just to the viewing audience. If you're going to search this up, make sure you're in incognito mode and save search is on.
Yeah. And then I would think that the McGangbang would only be available at the Sodom and Gomorrah McDonald's.
Well, maybe yours is the Sodom and Gomorrah McDonald's.
Michigan?
Do you know how salty those fries are?
Yeah, but which McDonald's are the two angels showing up to?
Martha, what were you going to ask me?
Oh, I was going to ask you, is an
Come
Oreo
on.
cookie a sandwich?
Is an Oreo cookie a sandwich? I would say yes, an Oreo cookie is a sandwich.
Did you guys miss
pastry.
Did you guys miss that? Sodom and Gomorrah, salty? Come on.
I caught you. I just didn't think it was funny.
I'm just now getting it. I'm slow on it, and I thought it was funny.
I'm sorry. When I hear Sodom and Gomorrah, my mind goes straight to why would the dude give up his daughters? And I can't think of nothing else.
Wait a minute. You're getting off the sandwich.
It is polite when you have a bunch of rapists out the front door. You don't throw your guest out.
Hey, if you pinch your testicle between your thighs, is that a sandwich?
And those guests are.
Nobody wants to answer that. Nobody's going to answer that.
No, it's all meat.
Guests are actually.
It depends on whether or not it depends on whether or not someone is eating it.
That's all.
Wow.
The Fable's getting mad at me.
I feel better.
If I wear bread, am I a sandwich? I think so. It depends on whether or not someone is eating you, though.
Hey, wait a minute. Are those guys that walk around like advertising for like restaurants and they're wearing like a sandwich costume? Are they a sandwich?
It's called a sandwich board, right?
No, well, I'm not talking about sandwich boards. I'm talking about the people that actually get dressed up in a costume of food, like they're dressed like a hot dog or a sandwich.
I think
are they a sandwich?
They clearly want it.
I think it depends on how they identify.
I think they're pro sandwich.
I think that they are.
Our Oreo is a sandwich. Well, ask the Oreo.
I think they are fed knowing.
Wait a minute. So if they're asking for it, I have every right to smear my mayonnaise on them. That is what you're saying.
Absolutely, mayonnaise, mustard, whatever, because they're putting it out there.
Condiments are important.
Yeah, you want to be safe sandwich, so use condiments for sure.
I was coming close to making that joke, like it was forming in my head, but you got it out there first, and I congratulate you.
Oh man,
I was on the way there. I just
then you take her home from the bar and you find out she's pumpernickel, you know.
Ooh. I'd really like to pump her nickel.
Oh man.
Oh man, this is great.
Did you just rate it a 5 or?
What is going on in this chat?
I rated her snatch a 5.
I was getting tired like an hour ago, and I'm just laughing.
Pump her nickel. Jeez, Jim, you rated her a 5. That's great.
Somebody in the chat said, if Oreos are a sandwich, ice cream sandwiches must be a sandwich.
Oreos are not a sandwich.
I have long held the position that the ice cream sandwich is a sandwich now.
Okay,
sandwich.
Okay.
Oreos are sold on the what aisle? The cookie aisle. They're not sold
Yeah, but on the package
aisle.
it says cookie.
I
It
know,
says sandwich.
but hold on, Jim. The problem with that argument though is where's the sandwich aisle?
There is no sandwich aisle.
Exactly.
In the deli. You ever been to the front of like Walmart? You know they have like the pre-made sandwiches.
Yeah, but on the package.
Yeah, absolutely. So why aren't the Oreos there?
And gas stations definitely have.
Are you saying that the one of the prerequisites to be a sandwich is that you have to be that you have to put it in a fridge or keep it cool.
So somebody says, "Hey, I'm gonna get some food. What do you want?" You say a sandwich. You say, "What kind?" You say, the chocolate sweet one with the white cream.
Hey, check it out though. Check it out. All right, now, is the sandwich designed, or did the bread and the meat and the cheese way back when, did it just kind of like come together and like
in a
form
bio
that?
sandwich?
No, they don't.
Oh no, see. The problem is that hold on. We're talking about sandwich evolution here, but you keep on changing topic to sandwich, like sandwich genesis, which is complete.
Yeah, well, but it could be but it could be.
Not only that, but
it could be designed though. It could be designed.
But he is talking about intelligent filling.
No,
yes.
I do. I think that whether or not, like, this, the whole thing about a sandwich genesis is, I do agree that a design requires a designer here, and that's absolutely the case. So the sandwich is definitely created, but whether or not that creation actually is from the human or is it from a divine sandwich form, that's another question entirely. How?
Yeah, you're right. It was fun for a while, but I think I might try to find something. I'm seeing like, oh, that one was fun. I remember that one. Thinking of listening to something else, maybe. My own shit I don't have to worry about. Let's revisit this conversation with William Freeman. I think. If I remember correctly, this is a little more confrontational. We'll see. I don't know. I know I want to get through this.
Well, howdy.
Yeah, we're doing this because I was fucking with you in a side chat and you challenged me to a one-on-one. You don't think I'm very bright?
Oh, this is the first time I met William Freeman. This could be interesting. That's what it's appearing to me. First time I'm meeting William Freeman. Let's go.
That's irrelevant, whether I think you're bright or not, but I do enjoy conversations.
Yeah, so do I. This should be fun. I am a little tired. I was going to have an after show for this, but I think I'm just going to have an open room tomorrow night probably, and kind of chill out and go to bed early tonight. I'm exhausted. So, we didn't really settle on a topic. I know we've been into guns, we've been into abortions. We haven't talked much about your religious beliefs, but we could talk about whatever you'd like to talk about.
Yeah, we can talk about that. I figured that would come up. So what would you like to know about my religious beliefs?
Well, I mean, you claim to be a Christian, or you believe in Jesus, but I don't know. I kind of get the hint that you don't necessarily put too much stock in the Bible. You don't feel like you have to follow some of the rules. I don't know. Maybe you can tell me a little bit, because we haven't really gotten into. I mean, we've touched on it a little bit. We haven't really gotten into it.
Yeah, sure. So I came from outside of the church. Like I wasn't interested in that shit. I didn't have time for it when I was, younger. I was interested in pursuits of the flesh. I think you can relate to that, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So yeah, I came from the outside, and I went through a lot of changes. Like I started out in a Baptist church. I may have been the first person at that church to ever be kicked out of the church for asking questions, and that left a bad taste in my mouth. So then I went to Seventh-day Adventism, and I was there for like 10 years. But even then, I mean, there was a lot of good things about that, but something wasn't right. Mm. And, over time, it's really this community. I've found that I enjoy being around atheists more than I do Christians, because the Christians that I'm around a lot of times, they remind me of the people in the church that will just, it's a tradition thing. It's like they're not willing to look at the text. And I get I get a lot of Christians that tell me I'm not a Christian because I don't subscribe to the omni God.
Yeah, that's
You know
one
what
of the
I mean?
things I've noticed. Like you criticize a lot, and I've noticed
Yeah.
like in kind of like side chats. So your position is it's fairly easy to get theist when their God is an omni God. It's pretty easy to get them.
Right, because it's indefensible.
Yeah. Oh, and I agree.
And beyond that, the scriptures don't talk about him like that. If you read them, do you know what open theism is? I mean, I know you've probably heard the term, but do you know what it is?
Yeah, I mean, kind of. Yeah, I've heard the term a lot. I kind of have an idea about what it is.
I'm gonna do like a really shameless plug for my friend Chris Fisher. I met him in these little streams or whatever, and he wrote a book called God is Open. And I purchased the book, and it really got me to stop and go, how much of what I believe is tradition, and how much do I believe comes directly out of the scriptures? And so when you read the scriptures openly, you find that there's a God there that learns. There's a God there that repents of mistakes or actions that he's done, that negotiates with humans. Like negotiates and strikes deals, contracts with humans, and that's the way it's represented. Now, as time has gone on since then, you kind of pegged me a little bit with it's not that I don't believe that the Bible is real, and that there's true stuff in it. It's just that it's written by men. There's only one thing that was ever claimed to be written by the hand of God, and that was the Ten Commandments. Everything else, as far as I know, is coming through the interpretation or the perspective of men writing.
Well, I mean, even
know what I mean? And
even the Ten Commandments was technically written by Moses, right? I can't remember the story. Did Moses?
No, well, that's the
thing. Tablets, or did he find them?
Well, we don't know. We don't know because if you read it, he was alone up there on the mountain, and then he came down with some stones. So if you're at the bottom of the fucking mountain, you don't know for sure that God wrote it. But that is, Moses did say that God wrote it with his own finger, and he did have to go back up and get it again. But for all I know, Moses went up there so he could chisel it out himself. I don't know. And that's what I get to with everybody.
I'll be right back.
I don't believe that there's anyone who can claim to not be agnostic. All right, you can be an agnostic atheist, you can be an agnostic Christian, but the bottom line is we don't know. And anybody that says they do know won't be able to prove it.
Yeah.
So it's belief.
Yeah, and here we find ourselves in agreement, which has been rare, because that's always been my position, is I don't know. A lot of people claim that makes me an agnostic, and I think I try to claim being an agnostic when it comes to a knowledge claim, right? When it comes to a belief,
I've heard you say that.
Yeah, when it comes to a belief claim, I'm definitely an atheist.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and I know that you've probably heard me talk about this when I spoke to Praise after one of your shows, but I mean, I think it's important, especially when Christians want to enter into an atheist-rich environment, don't throw the Bible at people who have no interest in the Bible and don't recognize it to be anything more than a fairy tale, because you can't make a point that they're going to reason with, but you can at least help people understand that they're agnostic. And you might be able to talk about the questions we have about what we actually know, like in eternal energy, things like that. And you can find common ground, but I still haven't found a way to help anyone else connect from eternal energy or a Big Bang to the God of the Bible. Now, I know why I believe it. I can't do that for anyone else. So the best that I can tell anyone is, at least admit that you're agnostic, that you don't know.
Yeah,
that's kind of the seeds that I throw out there.
Yeah, and I agree with that because I think atheists get in trouble when we make claims, and I definitely think that theists that make the claim of knowing the existence of God definitely get themselves into trouble, and their only justification usually would be like this divine revelation that they see or this feeling that they get when they feel like they're talking to them. And I just don't.
Okay, well, I'm not going to argue with that. I'm not going to argue with that because I believe that I've experienced whatever the deity is. because I wasn't looking for religion. Believe me, I was looking to smoke weed, drink beer, and play video games, and fuck off as I possibly could. And then I let a woman move in with me, and she had a almost 1-year-old child, and strange shit started happening after that, like weird things. And I'm not gonna talk about my testimony here on the stream, but I saw a bunch of shit that I couldn't explain, and it led me down some strange paths, and I've seen a lot of weird shit, but it's nothing I can demonstrate to anyone else. So it only serves to, like, steal my own resolve about what I have experienced, even though I can't honestly claim I know for sure what it is. I can't actually say that I know that my God is Yahweh.
Yeah, and that's a fair answer. I think that if a God exists, right? So say Yahweh does exist, I don't think he can possibly be the only one. I think that if one exists, then probably many exist.
Okay, now I'm going to agree with you there. I'll say that I believe there's only one creator, but there are other higher powers out there, and that's kind of, I didn't limit myself to just looking at the Jewish mythologies. I went through the Babylonian mythologies, the Norse mythologies, the Babylonians, Egyptian, but really they come from archetypes, but the stories they tell are very similar, especially with their hierarchical structure.
Oh yeah,
and so it's interesting about the family of gods.
I think Christianity gets, or I think a lot of religions get a lot of their stories from the root stories in Samaria. I think of the Sumerian story of Adamu, who was the first human, and it kind of
very, very interesting. You brought that up.
Very, very similar to the story of
Adamu.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that Christians need to loosen up a little bit and stop demanding that people see it their way, and stop demanding that people accept that their version of Christianity. It's really not our business what other people believe. It's really not. We need to focus on our relationship with whatever the God is. And if other people are interested, great, but we shouldn't be pushing them towards anything. And I'm gonna tell you something, and I don't know if this is true for you, man, but you have an aggression towards Christianity at times. And I wonder sometimes if it's because of the Christians in their church base. That holier than thou thing that they do?
Yeah, well,
where they walk around and act like their shit don't stink?
Definitely, my aggression, I try to keep the aim focused at evangelical Christians, fundamental Christians, the more progressive, and I've been touching up, trying to kind of remind myself, open theism, and it kind of centers around human and divine freedom. It's talking about in the libertarian sense, so it kind of makes sense that your religious belief kind of parallels some of your political beliefs. But yeah, I try to focus, I try to make room, like for me, if there's going to be coexistence between the godless and those that have God, there can only really be coexistence with progressive aspects within that, right? Like, you've got to be able to accept me as a non-believer, and I think that takes a progressive mode of thought within all religions, but most especially within Christianity here in America. I
don't think it's hard to accept a non-believer. I think it would be wrong for a Christian to assume that everyone can just jump right in and just consume all this stuff and just swallow it whole without ever questioning. And you know what I mean? You almost have to ask. You almost have to ask where that expectation comes from, and if that's coming from what happened with yourself, you may want to question why you're a Christian at all. Because did you reason into it, or did you do it because your parents did it, or because you saw Billy Graham when you were 8 on TV? I don't know. You know what? And I don't want to get into the once saved. I'm just saying that people don't know, and I think we push atheists away and polarize them with our demands that they see it through the Christian lens.
Oh yeah, I agree completely. My family did that. I still got plenty of family that associate with me, but they've all pretty much took their distance. And I don't know if it's because I don't bend to that Christian line of thought, or if just being around me, and the possibility that I might somewhat challenge their belief systems is intimidating for them. It's been so long that I don't even really know the answers of why we're so distant now, outside of the fact that back when I first came out as an atheist, they really rejected it and they didn't like it, and they tried to force a conversion.
Well, do you forgive them for being insane enough to believe, in a God?
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't think it's like a mental illness. I think you hit the. All right. So this is This is the frustrating part, especially in the live stream, trying to get rid of shit, because if I go to the next page, it's going to leave a couple of things that I don't want to be there. So I've literally, I don't know, 3 or 4 times it was 3. How long is it going to be 2? How long will it be 1? It's the grind of this bullshit. This is why I kept putting it off. Nail on the head. I think most people believe in the gods they believe in because they were born into that religion. Most people have the gods of their parents, and if you really look at the numbers, even most atheists go on. Atheism really, it seems to be a stepping stone for some people out of their first religion into their next. A lot of the numbers indicate that. Now, not saying all atheists
like
do
wiping
that.
the slate.
Yeah, well, it seems like it's a place for them to rest at before they start looking at other religious beliefs, which I think a lot of atheists, there's not much community here. You do end up being isolated in your communities often, because there's not many Austin, Texases out there where there's like this community of atheists that are together. So I think oftentimes they're seeking community, so they seek it in other religions. I've personally probably seen, 5 or 6 atheists since I started doing YouTube go from atheist to polytheist specifically.
I think an important step for me was asking myself if God could lie. If this thing that I was experiencing that felt like it was sort of guiding me towards a place I really wasn't sure I wanted to go, I was like, well, could this thing lie to me? And if you ask a Christian, that's impossible. Mm-hmm. That God can't lie. But if you really think about it, how would we know that? Where would we get the idea that the deity couldn't lie, unless it comes from the Bible? And if that's breathed from God's own lips, then how do we know that God doesn't lie? Mm. Could it be the trickster God, like Loki? Yeah. Well, but if you don't question these things, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I think it can be argued that the God of the Bible lies several times, especially
such as,
especially when he's incarnated in the garden as flesh with Adam and Eve. It talks about feeling the wind on his flesh, the wind through his hair. And he says he can't find Adam, right? So that has to be a lie if he's Omni.
Again, yeah, that jumps into the Omni guy, and that's a hard thing for people to separate. But if you follow that line of reasoning, then the Bible is full of lies, because there's oftentimes that God has to have angels.
The other terrible thing about this, I'm just realizing I'm erasing my very last conversation with Matt Powell. I believe that's what I'm erasing right here. Wasn't paying attention. Got to pay attention, right? Like, that's the grind of this bullshit here.
Give him reports. He has to come down and investigate Sodom and Gomorrah himself to find out if reports are true. An all-knowing God doesn't have to do this.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Well, yeah.
And he changes his mind. He changes his mind. Moses had to convince him not to kill all of Israel because they made the golden calf. Moses had to say, hey, God, this is going to look bad. You don't want to do it. Like a PR rep, Moses, don't look, I know you want to wipe them all out, but you're going to look silly to the Egyptians. They're going to be like, why did you bring them out just to kill them? And so if you read the Bible as it is presented, God reasons, God learns, God repents of things that he's done and changes his mind. He makes plans that he can go through with, but he has. All right, here's the thing. Anyone that says that God has no limitations will deny free will, because you can't make someone love you. God is unable to make someone love him without giving them free will. He can't force it. That's just not the way love works. So he has limitations. If he's eternal, he can't choose not to exist. He is limited. He must exist. He cannot do other.
Yeah, I definitely agree. God has exhibited changing his mind. He brought the flood, but even during the flood, if you read it closely, he was going to kill everything. Then notice that Noah was specifically, I don't know what's the word I'm thinking of, pious or whatever. Noah was living the life that he should have been living, so he spared Noah and his family, and ultimately spared all life.
Stop. That was not Noah's qualifications. It says he was perfect in his generations. That means his bloodline. That has nothing to do with his behavior. I'm not saying he was a bad guy, but then you have, after the flood is over, he gets drunk and passes out naked in his tent. So he may have been an alcoholic. I don't know. Yeah. But it never says that he was that he was a super duper guy.
It doesn't seem like he's blamed for that by God. Like, God doesn't really take any issues with that. He took issues with Ham observing him drunkenly naked, but not issues with Noah himself.
Right. And if you notice, God makes friends with a lot of sinners in the Bible. David, he says, is a man after his own heart. David was a murderer. Well, not indirectly a murderer. He was an adulterer. Look at Solomon. He gave Solomon the wisdom of everything. Solomon turned against him, but he still loved. All
right, real quick, I want to see. We'll come up here. I want to see if any crazy shit's going on, if I can. Just check real quick what's going on in the world. Not seeing too much. Just kind of surprising. Let's see. Where are you at? Yeah, not too much. Surprising. We'll see. We'll see if my predictions come true for the day. Maybe I hope I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I am. And we're definitely at this fucking crazy part of this whole process here. This is why I put it off for so long. This bullshit right here.
Loved these people. Abraham was a liar. Okay, and I'm sure that the Muslims and the Jews and the Christians are all going to stone me for this, but he lied about his relationship with his half sister.
All right, well, let's talk about this notion of love, because that's something that I usually agree with just about every theist, no matter how progressive that they are. Do you love, if you're walking down the sidewalk and say you see an anthill and there's thousands of ants working in this anthill, do you love those ants? Because it seems like that would be, if we're talking about a being that's ultimately high enough to have created the universe, and you did refer to him as the creator, so something that is so significant to create this vast universe that we live in. Do you think that something like that could possibly love something like us?
I get what you're saying with us. As far as the ants go, I guess it would be what the intent is for each of our different species. I think he can love us. We're the only ones that seem to be created with the capacity that we have. Ants and all,
let me give you another.
So if it is a
Yeah.
creator God, I don't think that there's any reason to assume it would stop creation, which would probably be its primary function, just because of us. You know, I would.
He's
would
still
assume,
creating.
Yeah, I would assume that he went on to create other sentient species, and probably all of those species see them in whatever way that they see What's up, Puff?
Mm-hmm.
him or it. I am having a open room tonight, Puff. If you want to jump in, 5. I'm not sure who'll jump in. Jill says he's going to be in between 6 and 7. I can go till 8 or 9 probably. I didn't get much sleep last night. I stayed up later than usual. Didn't sleep in later than usual, really. Yeah, gonna have an open room. This is just kind of a chill. I'm fixing the channel. Kind of getting a little burned out from it, but I'm OCD in it. We're grinding it. And just been listening to shit in the background as I do so. At the beginning of this process, you know, I was made aware that I had just like uploaded a shit ton of shit that I probably didn't want. So I was rudely made aware of that, and I'm very appreciative. Although no, I'm just today's the day. I'm doing the cleanup. I'm trying to get all of my stuff on the channel. I really hope I can get through this like live stream shit. So because I want the live streams pretty much to be 98% constricted to just the conversations, open rooms, one-on-ones. Maybe, you know, if I can save some of the ones where I went on other channels and covered it on the channel. But I'm even like, I'm condensing. I was over 1,000 live streams, right? So I really want to condense that number down a lot. And that they think that they're probably centralized to it, just like we would.
That's probably true. Probably true.
So, you know, it's just always been something that struck me as, and I think a lot of human beings utilize this notion that this being loves them or us specifically, that if we're not following some kind of code, that we are, you know, outside of maybe even humanity.
Well, let me clarify, Knock, because I don't think that we're his central focus. I think that humans put far too much value on our role in existence and in God's, priorities. I don't think that we're his primary priority. There's something much bigger going on that we're a small part of. You know, we
fucking no way, Skylar. Oh, that is a channel. We're gonna do that right now. Actually, we'll go over here. That's a channel that I need to resubscribe to. Christian Pantheist. That's interesting. Skylar's my dog from. That's one guy that never stopped talking to me. Gotta love Skylar Fiction. You know, gotta love Dr. Josh. Never stopped talking to me. Always supported me, even through the worst of it. There are good people out there. I'm not saying that the people that I pushed away with my drinking aren't good people. Just saying that these are especially good people because they didn't allow me to push them away. Yeah, we'll subscribe to Skylar Fiction. Does he still have a channel? Gospel of the Glitch. Let me use both hands. Glitch Gospel. No. That's not it. Gospel of the Glitch, right? I don't see it. That's the problem when you do start a new channel. You are starting in YouTube obscurity. If it's a new channel, I just passed it. Where? Right here. That looks like AI shit. I passed it. Alright, how did I pass it?
Is it time to
Didn't want to do that. Need to scroll back up. I feel like I went up a bit. Is that Skylar? That's no Pastor Paul Begley. That can't be Skylar. His channel name is there. Why? How am I not seeing it? Let's go all the way back to the top. Is this? I'm an artist, writer, and thinker down to the edges where technology, spirit, and story coverage. Don't think that's Skylar.
He don't come back.
Glitch Gospel? No. Right there. Yes. Right here. By Skylar Fiction. Oh, shit. Oh, so Skylar made that? Alright, alright.
Using the right weight matters.
So Skylar's
the body
off on
pod
some
lets
other
you
shit
easily
now, huh?
understand what is the fastest way to reach your health and
What if our entire planet, the very ground beneath our feet, the air we breathe, the life all around us, what if it's not just, a home?
What if it's something more?
Wow. Read the description. Man, it's been so long since I've been on YouTube. I'm an artist, writer, and thinker drawn to the edges where technology, spirit, and story converge. This channel explores what it means to be alive in a world shaped by algorithms, haunted by history, and still searching for meaning. I create with tools like ChatGPT, DALL-E, Suno, and Google LM, using AI not as a gimmick, but as a collaborator in poetry, philosophy, and visual art. I follow the Tao. I dig that and identify as a Christian pantheist, someone who sees the divine woven into everything, including the code. Me and Skylar are still going to get along, I think. If you're into Jesus, Eastern philosophy, not Jesus, or Alan Watts, dig me some Alan. You'll probably dig what's going on here. Jesus? Really? No. Come on. No, I don't believe that. Wow. Yeah, I want to talk to Skylar, man. I want to see what his Jesus is like. Oh, yeah, we're going to subscribe. Boom. There you go. All right, yeah, I'll check that out later.
We think that we're the center of everything, but I don't think that's the case at all. Have you ever raised like any livestock or animals or anything like that?
It's been a long time, but I did stay on an uncle's horse farm for a couple summers. So, I worked his trash route, but then I would also kind of help with the horses and all that stuff as well.
So I kind of look at, and this may be wrong, I may have this totally backwards, but I kind of look at us not as livestock, not as livestock. I think that in general, the Creator loves us, and I think that there's individuals that he doesn't care for as much. In general, I think he loves us all, but down to the individual, I think he cares about us, but in a lot of ways is repulsed by us. And then when it comes to death, God catches a lot of heat for that, but livestock, animals, creatures like that are being maintained, with certain resource limitations, they have to be culled from time to time. They do, for whatever reason. And you feel bad or at least I feel bad when I have to cull animals. I mean, I don't enjoy it at all, but I know it's necessary. You know what I mean? And I wouldn't begin to know what God's, what his prerogatives are and what his limitations are, or what his intent is. Like, that's the other thing. I don't know what his intent is, but I don't think that his values line up directly with ours because of his perspective.
Right. Yeah, this is interesting. So, this is kind of my mic.
Did that make sense, or did I?
Yeah. Somehow my.
All right, I'm
my
like
mic got
totally ready to move on to like the next page, but I am gonna get myself to one that's either a conversation or, excuse me, something that I think might be a conversation, so my OCD can feel good about it.
And I didn't push the button, so that was weird. This cord keeps coming on. I really need to get in.
But did it make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think it's insightful because this is giving me kind of insight into why you think some of the things that you think, especially being an open theist, and like I said, this understanding that God gives us this divine freedom, right? Like this libertarian sense of freedom. When we can have a conversation about guns, and you say that this isn't a right that the government can take away, you literally believe that that this God gives you the right to defend yourself, right? And I think I agree. You have the right to defend yourself.
So yeah, in a natural sense, yes. But he doesn't. Just the mere fact that I am alive, the value is my life. That all other rights come from that initial value of my human life. All right, you can take God all the way out of it when it comes to this, if you want to go into my political views. But I don't believe that I owe allegiance or can be subjected to any other man, since all men are created equal. I have no master. Anyone who pretends to be my master is operating in fraud. I can say or I don't consent to action. That's all it is.
Yeah, I think it kind of makes sense. Looking at open theism here, this is probably not.
No, stop. Don't compare. Look, you changed it into. I want you to separate that, because it doesn't. My open theism doesn't affect. That's not where my ideas about rights come from. Wait. I could be completely godless.
Hey, what's up, William? So far, you're just in the background. I thought it might be interesting. I think this is the first time we really talked. I think this is the first time I maybe really confronted you in the side chat that you came on my channel. This is the way I set it up anyway. So just throwing you on in the background, listening as I clean out my channel so I can get all my old content back on the channel, like I've been saying for well over a year now.
And still recognize where the rights are not given by government. I have the rights inherent. The government is supposed to protect it, but can turn against me and try to suppress my rights at times. So I will not bow to that oppression, and it has very little to do with God.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't believe in a God, and I pretty much think the same thing. I think that we do have inherent rights. I would probably put it more on this universal, what humans have learned over the course of time in our evolution, mixed with cultural diversity and all of that. But I would think like my position that the woman's right to an abortion, it doesn't stop just because the Supreme Court sends it back to the states, or if Congress were to outlaw it across the country. And I think,
how can you be certain that it's a right?
Well, I think that you feel the same way about guns, because you.
No, how can you be certain that abortion is a right?
Well, I think that right to privacy is a right, and especially when it comes to people's medical decisions.
Does that mean that I can murder someone in the privacy of my?
Now, so what I'm doing right now, and I've already started doing it. I haven't really spoken about it. I'm getting rid of a lot of the streams that I did on Smokey, because they're not conversation streams, right? So I kept a lot of the Smokey stuff, and I'm sure some Smokey stuff's gonna stay in here. I kept a lot of the edited Smokey stuff, and I'm still considering on maybe getting rid of a lot of that. But I'm definitely, like, right now, and I've already done it, like, I'm pretty much sticking true to the criteria I started with at the beginning of this deletion process. I want to keep it 98% conversations and not just me talking, whether I be sober or drunk, just me talking by myself. I'm going to be doing that nowadays and have been doing that nowadays, but the nowadays streams can stand on their own. All these old ones, I was well over 1,000 streams, right? I really wanted to, I've wanted to condense that for a really long time. I'm not the Raging Atheist anymore. I want the Raging Atheist content to be there, and not in an effort to, like, hide my drunken idiocy, but just in an effort to condense all that down. So as I move forward, the channel's not some huge fucking thousands of videos thing.
My own home, if as long as no one else is aware of it.
I don't see how.
Can I murder an innocent person in my own home as long as it's private?
I don't see how that equates. Nobody's saying that you can murder somebody else.
Yeah, that's what abortion is.
I know
you're murdering a human life.
I know that's what you think.
Well, you've been unable to demonstrate otherwise, and that's where the conflict of rights comes in.
I've actually am the only one that has been able to demonstrate otherwise. You say.
Well, then do it again for me.
Well, my line falls around 24 to 28 weeks when the embryo develops EEG.
So it's not a life until then.
Yeah, I don't think that
it's not alive.
We determine death by those EEGs going away, of those EEGs dying. I think we can determine life by those EEGs starting to develop.
And what's up, Gio? Man, seeing a lot of old faces today. Good to see you, Gio Sam, William Freeman, Bond, Spooky. Yeah, man, this is like a little old clique from back in the day. Knock us back, bitches.
You think that we can?
Yeah,
if this was so evident,
a lot of scientists think that's. I mean, that's
if it was
that's
science,
the argument, right?
If it was science, if it was science, it could be demonstrated, but it has yet to be demonstrated that is precisely when life begins.
Well, we have demonstrated that is when we develop EEG.
So then it's not okay. That's fine, but that might not be the metric that's being used. I mean, I wouldn't agree to that metric. I think that it's alive and begins growing from day one.
Well, I wouldn't disagree that human development begins day one.
It's alive and it's human at that point.
How do you determine what's alive? Does it have a heartbeat at that point? Does it have?
Is it growing?
Does it have brain function? Is it just?
Is it growing?
Is it just?
I just gave you my metric.
I mean, all cells are technically living, and yet we're not shedding tears for the cells we shed off of our skin.
I'm specifically speaking of human life and it growing at any stage. As long as it's growing and it is human life, then whether you want to call it a person yet, it is a human life, and that's where value comes from.
That's what
rights come from there.
That's what you want to call it, but there's no consensus on that. Most scientists would actually disagree. They'll all agree with you that human development starts on day one. It's not about consensus.
It's not about consensus. If it's science, it should be demonstrable. There should be empirical evidence.
So are we going to start making laws about the death of every cell now? Because they are technically living.
No, only human life.
Well, again,
human life carries inherent.
Then you need to just demonstrate how human life starts on day one, because I don't think that can be demonstrated.
No, I don't have to demonstrate that. I've demonstrated that it is human because it's not an ostrich. It is growing, so it is alive. It is human life.
Demonstrate that. How is a couple cells human? Are we just a couple cells?
Is it growing? Is it growing?
Eventually, it will grow into a person. Yes.
And is DNA is that the DNA of a human being?
I guess so. Yeah, maybe.
Well, there we are.
But again, so is the skin cells that we shed every day. I mean, a lot of things.
None of my skin cells are going to grow into. No, none of my skin cells are going to grow into to another being.
So, but I think we've established why you think personhood begins day one, right? And that is that you.
Okay. Yeah.
So do you believe that?
No, wait. Stop saying personhood. Don't mix up the terms.
No, I'm going to say what I want to say. You believe in free speech, right?
Okay, if you want to just use whatever term fits in, I can start making up words too.
I'm not making up words. Personhood is the
All
argument.
right, so you may use personhood, but I will not agree to that term to mean human life.
So are humans
a
not
corporation
persons?
is a person. A corporation has personhood, and it's an artificial entity.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, no the fuck it don't.
It's the 14th.
That's just like some right-wing Supreme Court bullshit that needs to be fucking overturned, and it's what's ruined this country is, corporations have free speech and can buy our fucking government. Come on, you're supposed to be libertarian, or you was. I don't know you anymore. But no, that was some bullshit.
14th Amendment.
I think that's Citizens United.
No, the 14th Amendment creates a duality of citizenship. You have your natural person, and then you have, and that's like a state personhood, and then you have a national personhood. But again, it's just the idea that a corporation can have rights like a person, and they do, even artificial. Maybe not rights, but privileges akin to a person, like rights. So that's a fictional entity. I'm talking, when I use the term human life, I'm not trying to obfuscate it by using, legalese. I'm being very precise with what I'm trying to say. Human life, not personhood.
Well, yeah, but the argument is personhood. Are we killing persons? Are we killing human beings?
Who are you arguing that with? A human being doesn't have to be a person. I just demonstrated that.
With you. I'm arguing that with you.
Yeah, well then, if you're going to argue with me, then you have to at least take on board my position.
Because you kind of overrode. I was trying to get to my point. Is ultimately.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think
go ahead.
I think that you see personhood beginning or human life beginning at conception. You see that as a human because you believe that this God figure has a hand in that, right?
No, I don't see. Why do you want to put the God thing in to make it a religious argument? I already told you that it wasn't. I don't have to believe in a God to recognize where human life begins, and that I think you're being a little dishonest with my position by trying to bring my religion.
Well, I'm just trying to understand
these things.
I'm trying to understand why you're so adamant that
all right,
the moment
I got a perfect.
The moment sperm meets egg, that's where life begins.
Let me put it into. I'm going to give you my perspective, okay? But I'm going to do it in a kind of an analogy thing. All right. So you drive at night. You've had animals run out in front of you before, right? It's scary. You can agree to that. You've been in this situation.
Oh yeah. Sure.
All right.
It's terrifying.
So you're driving down the road. Follow me here. So you're driving down the road. It's night, and you see a shape moving across the road. And you're not quite sure what it is. It might be a human. It looks like it could be a human, but you're not sure. Do you hit the brakes just to err on the side of caution, or do you assume it fucking doesn't matter and blast through whatever it is and keep going? And disregard the damage to your own vehicle.
I hit the brakes, but not because I'm afraid it's a human being. I don't want to kill anything. I don't want to hit a deer.
Okay.
And it's because I don't want to kill that deer. But
you would err on the side of caution.
Yeah, I'm gonna slam on my brakes.
Me too.
But even though I know rationally that could be like the worst thing you can do in that situation, especially if somebody's right behind you. But I would still do it because I would not want to harm that living being there.
Then you understand my perspective perfectly.
No, but I understand that as a living being because it's
It's a being. It's walking around.
Well, you don't know that. You don't know that. You're not sure. It's the shape.
It's got a thought process, to it.
Ah.
But I mean,
okay.
It's not just a shape, though. You do have headlights. You're gonna see it.
Well, let's just say it's blurry. Maybe it seems to be in a dark cloth or something. Maybe it's hard to. It's foggy.
I've just never experienced that, though.
And you don't have to imagine it.
When I come on on an animal at night, which we have a lot of them here in Michigan, it's actually a big problem. If you're driving at night, you're probably gonna have a deer run out in front of you. I always recognize it for what it is, whether it's a deer, a raccoon, or whatever it is. I mean, even a turtle. My headlights are gonna show me it's a turtle.
Okay, I stand corrected. It's not a perfect analogy, but it's close enough for you to understand that I err on the side of caution. Well, if I'm not sure, then I'm going to preserve the life rather than.
I would do the same thing with a baby crawling across the road. I would do the same thing with a pregnant woman. I would try not to hit her, but not because I'm afraid of harming the fetus, because I don't want to harm her or the fetus in that instance. Do you get it? Yeah, I think it's a bad analogy because what we're talking about is, when does personhood begin, or when does beinghood begin? Right? Like,
personhood begins when you get your social security number, but your as being alive, being a living.
See, again,
and that's like so people weren't persons before social security was a thing. Like, that makes no sense.
My stance is personhood begins around 24 to 28 weeks once we start developing these EEGs.
Again, because you will interchange human life or personhood, which they're not equivalent.
Well, I don't want to kill people.
Me either. Fuck that. No.
Right. Yeah. So.
And so until I am,
unless it's
pretty
the corporation
damn certain.
kind. I don't like corporations. I'm
with you there.
I have to tell you, I have seen the word sovereign citizen in the side chat about 50 times. So it's not just me that jumps to that shit when I hear you speak.
There's some stupid people out there.
Well, I mean, you do give these really what we would consider sovereign citizens answers a lot of time. You answer. You share a lot of sovereign citizens' beliefs. We can put it that way.
Well, that means they're not totally wrong.
I think that you would agree with that if you know anything about them, right?
Yeah, it means that they're not totally wrong.
But cool. That's awesome. I was just making that point. So, I started this thing, intentionally on a subject that I knew we was going to get along with, but because I want to try to understand if your religious beliefs tie into any of this. And I know you say they don't, and I could actually see how they might not, but at the same time, I don't understand why you're so dead set on the fact that this is human life, that this is murder. So, like, you're literally saying and accusing all of the women from the time Roe v. Wade came down up till now, and I think that's about 65 million abortions, which really, if you think about it, is a fairly low number in regards to population, right?
Yeah.
So
it's still a massacre.
That's 65 million instances.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Bond, he actually agreed with me that he has a lot of beliefs that would coincide with sovereign citizens. He's just not wanting to admit it openly because he understands the baggage that comes along with it, at least at the time, and that was my assumption. But, I mean, I've always called a spade a spade. People always try to say that I was out of bounds with all this bullshit, and that was the narrative that William tried to portray. But I clearly had reasons, and he clearly didn't say no. No, they're clearly right about some things. Well, what things are they not right about? He's not saying that, but he's clearly thinks they're right about a lot of things, right? So, yeah, I'm kind of glad I played this. I haven't listened to this in a long, long time.
Of
murder. So you're basically
Or manslaughter.
labeling these people as murderers of killing human life.
Well, no, I told you I've talked to you before, and I changed my position. I don't think that women should be held responsible. I think that men should be held responsible.
But that doesn't apply to the statement that I just made, that you see this as murder. So you
Yeah,
think
it's
that
murder.
all of those-
It's manslaughter.
Times that by 2 if you're going to consider both parents, and that would be what 100.
No, I'm not considering both parents.
You have to take people at their word. You have to. I mean, that's a justification for anything, right? That's what Trumpers do, right? Oh, he's not really gonna take away people's health insurance. He wouldn't do that. That's just Trump being Trump, or that's just Trump baiting liberals. He would never really put American troops on American streets. I mean, that's just Trump being Trump. That's just him trolling liberals. Come on now. You got to take people at their word.
Murderers, right?
I'm not considering both parents. I'm only considering the men. The women have no blame or responsibility in it. They can't be held accountable.
Why?
Well, I mean,
I still haven't figured out if this new position of yours is a troll or not. But we'll run with it.
Because they've demonstrated that it's too much pressure. They can't make the decision to preserve life, and even if they do, they're burdened either way. When it could all be avoided if men would just take the responsibility and vet these women out and find out if they're the kind of psychopath that would murder a child before they fuck them.
So right there, you're making the claim that they're a psychopath that would murder a child.
It's not their fault. Mentally ill people don't know they're crazy. Men have to be responsible for that. Just take the choice out of their hands. They can fuck whoever they want to fuck and have abortions. That's fine. But you shouldn't be the one.
So are you saying
to that? And if you,
are you saying
you should go to jail?
Are you saying women are mentally ill, and that only women are mentally ill because men need to be
anyone that kills an innocent child? Anyone that kills an innocent child must be mentally ill or just.
Well, I'm not sure if you cut out.
I mean, unless it's an accident like manslaughter.
Well, no, see,
and if they're ignorant and they don't know any better, that's one thing. But you should sit down with a woman and ask them what the fuck they're gonna do.
There, I agree with you. If you kill a child, I think you definitely got some issues. The issue is here, and I know you're not wanting to argue it, but it's the one we're arguing. We do live in a world of science. Is that a child that's being murdered? And I personally see a big difference. I personally see a big difference between a child, whether it's a 1-day-old child or a 10-year-old child. There's a huge difference between that, murdering that, and getting rid of something that hasn't developed into that yet.
Okay.
There's a huge difference. Do you at least admit that there's a huge difference between a zygote and a 2-year-old child?
Oh yeah, I look totally different now than when I graduated high school.
I mean, I have less hair and I got a bit more weight, but that's not what I'm talking about. I still have my hands. I still have
human beings.
I have those EEGs in my brain firing off.
Yeah,
right?
and human beings change throughout their existence from the time that they're conceived onwards. And just because we don't have the necessary tools maybe to detect when exactly the life starts, we're trying, and we got ideas about it, and I think it's good that we're researching it. But until we know for goddamn certain, I took an oath, to defend the rights that are given inherently by the Constitution. And if this is a human life, and it indeed has inherent rights, then I have no choice but to defend that child. Now, if there does exist a right, like I told you before, to kill your child, which is inconceivable because it would be denying a right. But if that right does exist, and you can demonstrate that, then you have an argument that I would have to back up too.
Well, nobody can just kill their child, right? So you're the one. So you accuse me.
I agree.
You accuse me of making up terminology when I say things like personhood. But aren't you the one
misapplying it? Maybe misapplying.
Aren't you the one like deliberately misapplying the term child to a fetus?
If you prefer human life, we can do that.
But I'm talking about your terminology here. You want to focus on terminology, so I'm focusing on yours. You're the one sitting here deliberately putting the word child instead of using the word fetus, or the one that I prefer would be like zygote, but personal preference.
Okay, so I'll go with human life, because it's not arguable that it is human life.
What do you mean by this? Because I think you stated that wrong. You said it's not arguable that it is human life, and I think you believe otherwise.
Right. There is no argument against it being a human life. It is growing. It is alive, and it is human.
Of argument.
It will not be a turtle. It will not be a frog. It will be a human being if left to continue its journey in life, just like all of us.
Is that guaranteed?
What, that it's not going to be a frog?
From that first moment, is it guaranteed that it's going to be a human being?
I mean, if it's not killed.
Yeah, I mean, miscarriage is a thing.
Yeah, sure. Miscarriage and stuff.
Miscarriage, harmful disease to the mother. Yeah, I mean, there's no guarantee that zygote will become a human being. And I mean, really, honestly, like, based upon this argument, if that zygote is a human being, then I guess it's acts of God that kills more babies than anything. God kills more babies than anything, right? But that's just
stuff like that. But left to its natural progression.
Day one. What about the ability? And I think it's right around, I don't know, maybe 4 weeks. I can't remember the exact time. But there comes a time, up until a certain point, that fetus could become 2 human beings, or 3 human beings, or 4 human beings, or 5 human beings.
What is this point? What is this certain precise point that you point to?
The point is human development begins at conception. We begin to develop into humans. People, under the Constitution, I believe, have a right to privacy, and especially have a right to privacy when it comes to medical necessity, medical needs, being able to take
so as long as it's private,
make the decisions for your own body. And if I want
so I can infringe on a right in private.
If I want to get rid of a kidney, I can do that, right?
That's not analogous. Your kidney will never grow into another human being.
It's a living part of human
privacy from the doctor. Yeah, that's fine if he doesn't want to say, but he should be barred from committing the murder himself. Unless there's a medical necessity that would endanger the woman's life, not her comfort, not her finances, not her future plans, but her very life. Then in that case, rather lose one than both.
So how can you sit here and pretend to believe in libertarian? Damn, I'm not hitting that button, the stupid cord. So how can you sit here and pretend that you believe in libertarian free will if you don't believe in a woman's free will to make her own medical decisions?
I told you that she should be able to do it. She shouldn't be punished for it at all. Men should be responsible for knocking up crazy bitches.
Well, so that's your new stance. Like I said, I can't figure out if it's it.
All right, so like that whole crew that used to give me a hard time for giving William Freeman a hard time. I'll probably always give William Freeman a hard time. Like, he could probably juxtapose every one of my positions and I'd still give him a fucking hard time. And they were like, you have no reason to think what you want to think about. Like, no, like literally, like this is him where he really just starts trying to aggravate me and he starts using terminology like them bitches. And he uses this terminology. He was using this terminology a lot. Like, he was saying really awful things about women in side chats, which is what led to this whole conversation, because I'm pretty sure I called him out. And we're kind of just now probably getting to the part of the conversation where I sound kind of sober through this whole thing, which kind of surprises me, honestly. Like, I'm not even lying. Like, I know when I'm drunk and I ain't drunk, so Yeah, it sounds like we're probably getting to the part of the conversation I've been waiting for the whole fucking time. So here we go. Germania. Holy shit. Bro, you should step in later. Show yourself. I don't know who's gonna show. Jill says he will. I don't know who's gonna show, but I'm gonna have a room for a while anyway. Not too long. But what's up, Germania? I think somebody was just talking about you. Like they had seen you in a side chat not too long ago. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you.
If it's a troll, because
for anybody joining, what I'm doing, I'm shooting the shit. So I'm back, and now I'm finally going through my channel. I did a quick sweep through of my edited content. That's back on the channel now. Now I'm going through all of my streams. When I started, I was over 1,000 live streams. I really want to condense that number, so I'm pretty much, my goal is 98% conversations, and I think I'm actually probably above that. In fact, I'm probably have deleted a couple conversations on accident. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing today. At 5 o'clock, I'm gonna have an open room. It's my day off. I ain't doing shit unless my daughter takes a turn for the worse with her diabetes. But I think we're sitting pretty. I think we're gonna be okay. So it's good to see everybody again. I am a different human being now. I'm still an atheist philosophically. I don't believe in any supernatural God, but philosophically, a Buddhist, a Taoist, Native American spirituality. I can't possibly know what I don't know, so I'm not going to try to make truth claims about things I can't possibly know anymore. I'm going to try to be a better interlocutor, a sober interlocutor. I haven't had a drink in forever. Yeah, Nakasuchi's back. I hope Jill does come in, although I think it'll be a shit show if Jill comes in, because he's going to want to talk school shootings, I think.
In that you make very ridiculous statements about how about psychopathic women that are going to be willing to kill children, which is not what they're doing. Again, I think that you even
that
agree
hasn't
with
been
me.
demonstrated.
There's a difference between a living child and a zygote. I think
they're taking an innocent human life. They're taking an innocent human life for convenience sake. That's terrible. That's psychopath. But I can forgive them that. It appears to be too much pressure for the woman. And I think that men ought to step up and be men and take that responsibility and burden off their shoulders. And that way they're not forced to deal with it. Now, we can get vasectomies and bang, bang, bang all they want. But we shouldn't put them in that situation by causing that issue. And if we do, we ought to take full responsibility, because we had the control from the very beginning. We could not put it in.
So I think you just said something vitally important there. And I think that this goes to this stance, right? Like that you're taking here, that men are ultimately responsible, which is, it's not what's being put forward by
now you sound like the patriarchy
by you pro-life folks. This is not what's being put forward. What's being put forward is that the women are responsible. But you said something vitally important there, and you implied that men have control over women, and they need to take that control back. Is that not what you just said?
Yeah, that's a biological thing.
So you believe that men have control over women?
To a great degree, yes. Like, women didn't give themselves rights to vote. You knew that, right?
How can you sit here and pretend to believe in libertarian free will if you are going to make a statement like that?
I'm saying that we shouldn't control them. We shouldn't control them at all. Everything about my approach says that women should be left unmolested, stay the fuck out of their bodies, leave.
I hope so, Gur, or Gio, sorry. Will may have changed his position on this. I hope so. This was our very first conversation. This was 3 years ago, over 3 years ago now. So
Yeah, people change. He was in the chat for a minute, so maybe he'll be back.
Leave them alone. And I mean, stay out of your bodies with their dicks until you're sure they're not crazy.
Wait, but you were just saying how men need to control women.
That no, I said that we're capable of it. Go visit the Middle East if you don't think it's possible.
Well, I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm asking if you believe this, if you believe that this is inherently how things are set up, and you did
I
say
think
that
right of might.
You implied that biology gives us control over women.
It makes it so that right of might is almost in our hands entirely when it comes to that. But I think it's abusive to use that. And I think men have demonstrated, especially in Western society, that we don't want to control women. We wanted them to vote. We wanted them to have rights. They didn't want to vote as bad as we wanted them to.
What the fuck are you?
The majority of women weren't interested in the vote.
Well, so when you're talking about when the women's movement was happening, you're
Yeah,
right about
suffrage.
that, because that's how they were raised. That's how they were indoctrinated.
Sure,
Oftentimes by their church, and it still happens to this very day. You can go.
That may well be true.
You can go to many churches down in the Bible Belt, and they'll be preaching that doctrine. And there's plenty of people that represent that doctrine in the modern day. I've covered quite a bit of them.
Knock, I'm going to give you a chance to go ahead and do like a commentary, because I have to do my report when I'm at work, and it'll take me 3-4 minutes. But you can go ahead and do what you do, and I'll be right back if you still want to talk to me.
Oh yeah. I
give me
figure we
three.
go about another hour.
Okay, that should be fine. Just a second to do what I got to do. I'll be right back.
All right, cool. All right, so let me adjust my camera, and I'll turn this on a little bit if I can. Show you guys. There we go. It's my new glass. Man, I've been at this a while now. Shit. I want to try to get it done. I'm hoping. I don't think it's gonna happen, but I'm hoping I can get through all of this before the next stream. Focal glasses. So I got these little things at the bottom that I read through, and it bothers me. I got to get used to them. And before, the last time I had glasses, I didn't have to wear them all the time. I only really had to wear them when I was driving. And my eyesight's gotten so bad I got to wear them all the time now. But yeah, my daughter says I look smarter. So, this has been an interesting conversation, and it's going pretty much practically the way that I thought it would. I didn't think that we'd jump quite so quickly into abortion, but I think I made the statement that landed us there earlier than I expected to go there. I really wanted to kind of flesh out some of the religious beliefs, because I'm not quite sure. And this is just my opinion. Now, William knows himself better than me, but the vibe that I'm getting is that his religion does play a role in this. His religion, I think, plays that necessary role in trying to see this human life starting immediately, despite, I mean, I would argue all the evidence otherwise. I don't know. I don't see a tadpole quite the same as I see a frog. It's just... And that's even a bad analogy, because that tadpole is a singleized living being, to where this embryo, while inside the mother, it isn't that yet. It will become that one day, maybe, but it isn't that yet. And I think that's a convolution of data, right? So he's probably, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he's probably been told that most scientists believe that life begins at conception, when that's not the truth. Most scientists believe that human development begins at conception, but the argument is and has been personhood. William's back. So, all right, you're back. You done?
Yeah, I'm done. But before we get started back, I want to thank Pixie Storms. She recommended a song it's called "Killing Me Slowly," and I don't even remember the name of the band, but that damn song is stuck in my fucking head. But I love it. So thanks, Pixie.
Oh, by the Fugees?
No, that's "Killing Me." What did I say? Softly or slowly?
No, you said slowly, and yeah, I was thinking "Killing Me Softly." Yeah, I haven't.
And it's fun because when I sing along, I still say softly because the Fugees. Thank you, Lauren.
Lauren Hill was the shit, man. She had a great voice. But all right, so
I was more of a Sade kind of. Never mind. I won't say any more about Sade. I'm sorry.
I don't think I even know who that is.
All right, this is almost over. You better come up with something good after saying that. I'm just kidding. Go ahead. Let's go. Let's get into it.
What song does she have that I would recognize?
Let's see. Lovers Rock, Smooth Operator.
All right, Smooth Operator. I recognize.
That was real old. But Lovers Rock, if you ever get a chance to hear that, it's very feminine. So I'm not sure you'll like it. I know you're not in touch with your feminine side. That's okay.
You say I'm not in touch with my feminine side?
Well, not on camera.
Why do you say that?
Because
I rage.
Rage. You're a very angry man. Angry white male. And a straight white male at that.
I actually agree with that, but I don't think I was. I mean, I had some anger when I first started YouTube, but I think a lot of my anger comes from talking to people here on YouTube.
Well, I got a question for you. You ever given any thought to marrying a man or something like that? I'm asking for Cerberus.
Who, me?
Yeah, no, I know you're not marrying men. I know you're not.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely hetero. You know, I experimented and found what I liked and what I don't like. You know, so I'm not.
That's cool. I'm not going to ask you anything about that.
And when it comes to
you just don't want the commitment of marriage.
My effeminate side, yeah, I think that old Southern bravado still comes out of me. You know, man's man type shit. I hate it.
I don't hear the accent though. I've been searching for your accent, and it's so far gone. I can't call you Southern.
I've lived up here since I was like, I don't know, 25. I've been here nonstop. So yeah, I haven't even visited.
Yeah, but you're not even 40 yet, are you?
I'm 40. I'm about to be 45.
Okay, so but. Yeah, I guess that's enough time to have all that Southern twang come out of your talk.
I always had a weird accent anyway because I was born here in Michigan. So, you know, my dad didn't move us down.
Say yonder.
Yonder. Fix it.
And see, it doesn't even sound right. God damn.
I can turn on, well, I used to be able to turn on the Southern accent. I had a character named Earl where I could turn it on. Now, it's getting harder and harder for me to actually turn it on. But I've always had a weird accent to begin with. Like I said, I was born Yankee. My dad moved us down there, and we became damn Yankees. But I did pick up, you know, this weird kind of Southern slang, kind of Michigan slang.
Amalgamation.
Yeah, because you know, like we'd come and visit our mom every Christmas and every summer, so we would keep some of that Yankee, but then we're surrounded by them Southern folk most of the year, so we definitely picked up a lot of that.
Fucking rednecks.
Like, if you heard my dad talk, you'd be like, yeah, he's from North Carolina. Because he's been down there so long, like there's no Yankee left.
It's set in.
There's no Yankee left in him. Like he's everybody else now.
Do you miss the South at all?
No. For one, it's too damn hot. Fuck, dude, that's heavy, man. You know, my dad just disowned me. My dad for years has tried to get me to come back to Christianity. My dad's. Yeah, for me to be saying 3 years ago, my dad went native, you know, and 3 years later, it's like, yeah, I fucked my liberal son. Oh, shit. How fucked up, dude? All right, I don't even know where I'm at in this anymore. So, yeah, that brought my head up.
It is hot. It's hot as fuck.
And for two, I've been told by quite a few people if I were to ever return that there could be like a public lynching. So,
the fuck did you do?
Well, I'm a damn socialist. That's bad. And on top of that, I'm a damn atheist, which is worse. So.
Oh yeah. I'm definitely go Lions go until they start sucking again. It's we'll see if that curse is lifted. We've come close the last couple years. We've got a good squad. Hopefully our defense can hold it together this year. Hopefully the new coaches will do us proud. But I'm excited for the season to start. I can't wait.
You've been away a long time. I don't think the socialist thing is probably a bigger deal than the atheism.
They all hate me. They all despise me down there. Most of them anyway. I still got a few cool people down there that kind of agree with me on shit. But no. I've literally been told that if I were to ever come down there, there'd be some physical trouble for me.
Well, I'll share a bowl with you if you come down to South Carolina.
No, I do plan on, I want to take my daughter down there so she can see where I grew up and see where my dad lives and all of that stuff. So,
don't stop in North Carolina though. That's a shithole. Come on down to Charleston.
I never liked South Carolina much outside of Myrtle Beach. Myrtle Beach was.
Oh, you liked Myrtle Beach? Ah, fucking shithole. Dude, Charleston. I like Charleston. I like Hilton Head, but Hilton Head's so expensive.
I spent most of my summers at Myrtle Beach. I'd get home from Michigan and shit. We'd be down there quite a bit.
Would you be interested in coming down and firing some guns with me?
No, I don't.
Because of the felony thing and.
Well, I not only that, I just don't. I'm never comfortable around guns. I had this really good friend. He's the guy that I first started doing YouTube with on my old channel. Worked with him. He looked like Jesus. He was very fundamental. And he was a Second Amendment advocate, and he carried his guns with him everywhere. And he brought them into my apartment the first time. Well, you better you take those guns outside and put them in the fucking trunk of your car because they ain't coming in here.
Good grief, man.
Yeah. I just get
all right. I mean, but to each their own. In your house, you are the king, and your rules apply. I support that.
It's why I get uncomfortable around cops is because cops have guns.
Fuck, that's not why I get uncomfortable around cops. I don't care that they have guns. I do too. It's just that I know if they're talking to me, they're looking for a way to make money off of something that they can write me a ticket for. They're not there. They're not there to be friendly to me, and they really don't give a fuck how my day is. So if they're talking to me, they're trying to generate a fine. So I don't have anything to say to them. And it's not that I don't appreciate what they do. I just don't like when it's done to me. So I know what to do. I shut the fuck up.
So do you think that we should have any police force?
Yes.
But you can't trust
them. I know. I used to be an anarchist. Because it's the most moral form of existence, but it is not practical because humans are shit. Bipeds cannot be trusted.
True. I mean,
that includes the cops.
If you used to be anarchist, then you used to be someone on the left, huh?
No, that's no. The left is not anarchism. The left tends to lean towards more government control.
Well, anarchism, I do believe is a left ideology, though. Let me look it up.
Yeah, I'm not sure where I got that from. I think I'm thinking of anarcho-communism. Anarchy, I'm not sure where that falls. I think anarchy could probably be both, right? Like, I think anarchy would be apolitical. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I'm saying there.
You can look it up if you like, but you can't. There's no government under anarchy, so there's no way to generate a revenue to supply a community. That's why you can't be an anarcho-communist. I don't think that can work out because you still have
Yeah. As an anti-capitalist and libertarian socialist philosophy, anarchism is placed on the far left of the political spectrum.
And that's a very strange place to put it.
See, well, that's what I was saying.
Let me. I'm in the middle of turning this back on. I taught me today.
I think that maybe you have a very modern interpretation of the political spectrum and what makes politics. Maybe
okay.
Not.
Well, I mean, I'll grant you that my understanding might be flawed, but here's the thing:
not so rooted in like political philosophy or the understanding of where ideologies fall.
I recognize the need for some government, but it should be minimal, and it should not ever infringe on natural rights, because that violates its intended purpose.
So, but that's our fundamental argument when it comes to what we were talking about with abortion, though, is our fundamental
You still have to prove
rights.
there's a right there.
Well, you have to prove that there's not.
No. That's easy to do if that's a human life. A right cannot infringe on another person's right. That's what the government's there to avoid. So if there is a living human being, a human life there, and it has, by that virtue alone, natural rights, then killing it would be a violation of its natural right.
Do you think that bodily autonomy is a natural right?
For your own body, yes.
Yeah. Does the fetus have a body?
Yes.
At conception, a fetus has a body.
It's contained in something.
Is that something a body?
It is becoming a body. It is its form.
So the fetus, the bodily autonomy of the fetus outweighs the autonomy of the mother.
No, it's equal to.
How is it equal?
Because they're both human life.
Icarus, he's never going to answer that question. So I'm not. He doesn't like the word person.
I mean, I like it when it's used appropriately.
Yeah, well, but Icarus is right. You're equating, and this has been the argument. You're equating human life with person.
I'm not using the term person at all, because human life is where rights come from, not from a person. Because a person, if you look it up, it doesn't just mean living being. It can be an artificial.
Oh yeah, shit. Late to the ball, Sam. Yeah, as far as I know, it's not legal. Yeah, I think there might be a measure, and I do believe they have a Democratic governor, but their legislature's all Republican. But like weed has kind of become a nonpartisan issue, at least supposedly. Republicans, at least under the MAGA movement, aren't supposed to care so much about weed anymore. So I think that there is like a ballot initiative coming up about weed in North Carolina, but I could be wrong about that.
Official, like a corporation. Black's Law Dictionary makes it really clear.
Yeah, but I mean, which I did look that up, and it's personhood, but not the personhood we're talking about. Like your answer
right. So I'm just avoiding the term person.
Your answer to that was very like sovereign citizen. I'll look it up again, but it was.
It's not to know the law is not sovereign citizen. Okay, and by the way, that term bothers me so much because it is an oxymoron.
Damn, when I started the video process, we were well over 1,000, almost 1,100 streams. I've already got this bitch down to 772. I am going to be going to use the bathroom again, so I'm going to play this, and I'll be right back.
Moron. You cannot have a sovereign who is also subject.
Sprite going right through me. My Sprite's going right through me. And all I've been drinking is either coffee or Sprite since I got sick, so I'll be right back.
A citizen is a subject.
So that's why you don't call yourself a sovereign citizen, is because you don't like the terminology?
It doesn't make sense. Whoever came up with that's ridiculous.
Are corporations persons? Was the question I asked my computer. So
come on, computer machine.
Interestingly, while the court has concluded that corporations are quote-unquote persons within the meaning of the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment, the court has been quite reticent to concede that corporations are citizens for the purpose of the Privileges and Immunities Clause. So it's person, but it's like a different classification of personhood than what we're talking about when we're talking about
it's limited capacity.
Human beings.
Yes, a person implies a limited capacity, whereas a natural human.
When we're having a conversation about the personhood of a human being in relation to a woman's natural right to have privacy in her own medical decisions, that's the argument. Now, you maintain that personhood begins at conception, and you say because it's human
human
DNA.
life. No, don't confuse my words.
Well,
I've
you
specifically
say
told you
human life.
I will not agree to that.
You say human life.
Yes.
But the argument is personhood. That's what I'm.
Well, you can
saying.
make that argument, but that's not. I'm not.
You say human
I'm not going
life,
to play
but
that game.
You're arguing that personhood begins there at that first day. That's what you're arguing.
I know what my words are is that human life begins at conception. You may do what you want with what I said and try to input your own words into that, but my words need to be very clearly recognized because I chose them specifically.
I know. I think I've called that out. Just like you tried to call me
Well,
out
you
for
can-
using personhood, but it's the same thing. It's
Look,
it's not even
if
really
I
the
told
same
you-
thing because
if
the
I told
argument
you-
is about personhood. That's the right.
If
word
I
to
told you
use.
that a cat's tail was to be considered a leg, and I asked you how many legs a cat has, what would you say?
That's like the dumbest question I've ever heard.
Really? Lincoln didn't think so, but anyway, the point is, the cat will have 4 legs. It doesn't matter what you call his tail; it's still a tail.
What does that have to do with an embryo?
Because you can use whatever term you want, it's still human life, and we're not falling for the bullshit word language anymore. At least on the conservative side, we're tired of terms that are meant to obfuscate the actual issue, which is human
do you
life.
think like terminology like embryo and fetus that these are terms to obfuscate? I can never say that fucking word.
Obfuscate. But yes,
I can't
yes,
say that word.
If you will try to separate the fact that the embryo is still, regardless of whether you call it an embryo or what stage it's in, it's still human life.
Even though these words have been around to describe.
Yeah, I saw it. You could use the words, but it doesn't take away from the idea that it's a human life. It's just a stage of that human life.
All right, so Brian Stevens has a question for you. He asked, do you need a license to travel in a car, or do you have a right to travel without being licensed?
Okay, that's a weird question.
You know, he tagged me.
All right, under the first,
I'm trying to be better about seeing my chat.
I'm going to reason through this out loud. Okay, so
go for it. I'm gonna
under the First Amendment, you do have. Okay, under the First Amendment, you do have the freedom to assemble. To assemble implies travel. Okay, so yes, if you're traveling, you do have a right to go there. You do have use of the roads. As far as a license, no, I don't believe that you have to ask permission to exercise any of the rights. I understand why it's there. I understand, what the Driving Act entails, but it's converting a right into a privilege and then charging a fee to get a license to exercise the right, and that's unconstitutional. There are several different court cases that support that idea, but again, I don't think it's.
You cut out on this, William.
Necessary to challenge it. It's not you get the fucking license and do it that way. If you want to go to court and you want to argue these things, and I know people do, it's fine. I have the kind of time to go in there and argue that, and I'm capable of doing that, I guess, if I needed to. But I have a license. I just signed it under duress. I mean, if you looked at my driver's license where my signature is, it clearly says under duress, and then lists that it's a signature of convenience.
Do you believe? I know you believe.
Which means I don't agree to your laws.
I know you don't
Go ahead.
believe in paying like taxes, but do you pay taxes?
It depends on the tax. The taxes that I have a problem with are income tax because it's a form of slavery.
So do you pay?
You're taking the produce of my labor, which you've done nothing to deserve, and you're confiscating it without my permission or consent. You're just taking it and considering it necessary to give me the ability to work, which is nonsense. I think that you can say owning 100% of the produce of someone's labor is slavery, but at what percentage does it cease to be slavery? 99%, 50%, 12%? I mean, what are there degrees of slavery? So if you want to talk about like a flat tax or consumer tax, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with paying the highway tax when I fill up my my gas, but when it comes to labor, my work, and someone else just stealing directly, I think you used the term when you were talking to Leo that it's like I don't know if you said it exactly, but it's like we're feeding them. They're like parasitically, you use another word, but they're extorting us or exploiting. You said exploiting. They're exploiting the work. Right? They're just milking us.
I agree with the sentiment there. But I also agree that we live in a modern world. Governments often do really good things, like having a collective to pull together resources and take care of your own community is, I think, vital.
That involves theft, though.
Well, you call it theft.
It involves theft.
You call it theft, but
it is.
You're also granted.
Granted.
Well, you're part of a country, right? That has laws, that has systems.
I live in a geographical location. Yes,
I could agree with you that like maybe our prison system is like slavery. To use a word like slavery, in reference to taxation, I don't think you can compare that with slavery. Now, maybe theft.
Let me ask you a question.
But not slavery.
If I had a really great idea that you thought would serve the community, would I have to point a gun at you to get you to donate?
Say that again.
If I had a really good idea that
you points a gun
let me say this again. Let me say it again. Oh, I guarantee you, if you don't pay, there is a gun, and it'll be on the side of somebody who will take you and put you in a cage if you don't agree.
Well, yeah, but even then, they're probably not pointing it at me.
I mean, that depends, but there's the threat of a gun behind every piece of paper that comes from a government. There are no suggestions in government. But here's the thing. My point is, if you have a good idea, you don't have to compel or coerce people. They will volunteer. I will gladly donate money willingly without coercion to a good idea. But I don't appreciate, and I will not tolerate, just having things stolen from me and used for shit like sending $40 billion to Ukraine. What the fuck was that? That's my money. You don't get to tax me to fund war like that we have no business in. That's bullshit. Right? But I have no say. And if it was and it is a bad idea, I would have said no. So it's taxation without representation.
I've been back and forth on because I'm anti-war to a core, and I've been back and forth on the war in Ukraine. Like, I understand the philosophy behind it, right? Like, for one, the war is going to be fought, and people shouldn't allow to just go in, kill people, take what they want. And the war in Ukraine, I've been able to stand behind it because it's not American troops on the ground. The war is going to be fought. America is just helping Ukraine. So I really don't see an anti-war justification for this one. The war is going to be fought whether or not we can put enough pressure on our own political leaders. So why not help a people defend itself? And why not strategically hurt as much as we can an enemy? So for me, being as staunchly anti-war as I am, the war is going to happen. Russia shouldn't be allowed to just come in, kill everybody, and take what the fuck they want. Ukraine is going to fight them with everything that they have. B, we're supplying weapons. I can get behind that. The war's going to happen. 3, supplying those weapons strategically harms a known enemy of the United States that actually tries to impact our national elections. So, yeah, I think I can stand pretty true to assisting Ukraine with the help of our allies as well. I remind you, with the help of Europe. It's not just America. Everybody's chipping in. So I don't really see the justification outside of Donald Trump didn't like it because Donald Trump is and always has been owned by Putin. I mean, I said it.
You're not representing me, just taking my money and doing what the fuck you want with it, and it's killing people. And so I'm not with that.
Well, I'm not muted. I kind of agree with the notion, right? Like I don't believe in a war. I don't think my taxes should pay for wars.
All those bullets that you paid for are busting people up.
I don't have much say in that, right? I don't have any say really what my taxes.
Don't you though? Don't you though?
Well, I mean, I do by my vote. That's the say that I have. Or
if
I could, or
that
I could,
were true,
I could
how many people support?
Or I could enter public service and try to politically change the laws myself.
I think Flow State asked. It might have been Flow State or Serb. One of them asked. I think it was Leo. Have you ever volunteered to pay more in taxes than what they demand of you? You know what? Nobody does that. Nobody volunteers to pay more taxes than they owe. Why? Because they didn't want to pay the first part to begin with. It's being taken. You don't get a say and you don't get to control where it goes. But we are supposed to be the people. The government is supposed to be by us, for us, or whatever. Taxation, representation, all that shit out the window. But who puts the brakes on when the government is out of control? Is it the people? Because it's not going to be another foreign government.
Well, I believe that's how the system is designed, and I think that's why.
So why do you hate militias?
It takes a long time. Well,
why do you hate militias then? Because we are that balance.
No, you're not. I don't see that balance. I think political movements are that balance. I think
if we weren't that balanced, you wouldn't call us domestic terrorists.
Well, I call you domestic terrorists because you've been labeled domestic. All right. Oh my God, I should have listened to this so long ago. So everybody that said I was in the wrong for saying that he was in a militia, he's right there, like us, we're not domestic terrorists. Like, oh my God, even in my drunkenness, y'all, I'm not fucking delusional. Like, I'm not going to just like make up shit on people. He told me what he fucking told me, and he told y'all what he told y'all, and that's how it went. That's how it went. Terrorists, and that's
by who? But by who?
That's because your method.
By who?
By the authorities that label these things.
Right, the ones that we are the balance to. That's exactly right. They're demonizing their check. We're their check, and they hate it.
So, because you're so weird. Because you say that I. Actually, the pre-Trump FBI would disagree with you because 80% of them were considered domestic terrorists. At least 80% of them, Bond. I mean, and you're a smart dude, you know this. These militias are right-wing paramilitary groups that go out here in Michigan anyway, out in the middle of the woods, eat their donuts so they can get fatter and pretend to be military. But you get a bunch of these fucking idiots together and you've got a civil war. Right. So like, no, they were considered domestic terrorists. Now in Trump's America, I will grant you, they probably aren't any longer. They're his private army. I misrepresent you. So all right. I'm going to kind of educate you here. All the questions that we've been asking, started with Brian Stevens, the questions that I've been asking you about taxes, all of this stuff, you answer as a sovereign citizen, right? You claim you're not a sovereign citizen. You say you hate the terminology, but you have the very same beliefs as them. 1, 2, when I say you're in a militia, I'm fucking wrong. But here, when you say you're in a militia,
wait. When did I say you were wrong? When did I say you were wrong about me being in a militia?
I mean, just real quick, because I do want to try to get this done before the open room. And I'm down to like 2 hours. So I just quick Google American militias and domestic terrorism. American militias and domestic terrorism are linked because since the late 20th century, the broader militia movement has evolved into a growing threat of militia violent extremists who pose a threat to U.S. government and public safety. MVEs, organized in paramilitary groups, just like I just said, are motivated by anti-government ideology and the belief that citizens should use violence to resist government overreach. These groups, increasingly connected through social media, have conducted violent acts, including lethal violence against civilians and law enforcement, and were prominent
participants in the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol. Now, I grant in this new era now, they're probably considered the good guys.
You say that I have misrepresented you on that since the beginning.
Yes. Yes, and you do. You call us terrorists. You think that we're a right-wing group that does harm to people, and you've asked me a ton of questions, and I've been consistent on every single point. I don't do violence to people unless it's self-defense, and I don't justify things just because I want to.
I can continue. It will go on. So that was like just the man. They're still like diver deep in an AI mode and shit, right? Man, they're adding on. They're adding on. Bond. MVEs believe the government overreach and perceived tyranny must be resisted through violence, often operating under a notion of maintaining law and order themselves. They typically form small local or regional paramilitary groups with a military-style hierarchy and conduct paramilitary training. MVEs often stockpile illegal weapons, attempt to convert weapons to automatic fire, manufacture improvised explosive devices, and engage in survival and other paramilitary training. Online platforms have facilitated the formation of national-level umbrella networks such as the Oath Keepers and Three Percenters, and other groups coalesced around specific ideas like the accelerationist Boogaloo movement. Evolution. While the broader militia movement has existed for decades, social media has transformed its structure and amplified its growth and lethality. Not to mention the President of the United fucking States. January 6th, threat to law enforcement, national strategy. The U.S. government has recognized this threat, issuing the first national strategy for countering domestic terrorism in 2021, which specifically addresses militia violent extremism, distinguished from protected activity. It's important to note that the mere advocacy of political or social positions, political activism, or the use of strong rhetoric does not constitute violent extremism. The distinction between protected First Amendment activities such as peaceful protest and domestic terrorism can be subtle, though the willingness to engage in violence is a critical matter. Now, the rising threat of anti-government domestic terrorism, this was... that's 2024. What NIJ research tells us about domestic terrorism, militia, violent extremists in the United States. Like this, these are all and this was well documented before Trump was ever in the picture. But it's giving you all. This is all FBI.gov, September 22, 2011. Domestic terrorism focus on militia extremism. This is back in back in 2011. You know, I mean, you know, this pre-Trump. So, I mean, this has been known, right? Like, I'm not coming out of left woods calling him a domestic terrorist because he's linking himself to domestic terrorism. I'm just not. I never was. You guys tried to pretend that I was, but I never was. And I didn't link him to that. He links himself.
I don't want to harm anyone. That's part of my code. But if it forced me to, I will.
Maybe not you particularly, but you do admit that these militias do terrorist activities. And what I mean by terrorist is their tactics are to instill fear of citizenry.
How's that different from the police?
No, Bond, you're making justifications for him because he's your friend, and I appreciate that. But the truth is the truth. He links himself to these militias and then defends it by saying government overreach. They're not going to come and tell you, I want to kill police officers. Although, and I clearly remember in several of our conversations, he would have no problems with that if they were coming for his guns, right? Like, I mean, he links himself. I'm not the one that ever did it. And you guys just want to protect your friend, but like the truth is the truth and reality is reality. And I'm not even saying he hasn't changed. I hope he has. Hopefully he doesn't fuck with those people anymore because they're terrorists.
I didn't say it was.
Okay. I don't see what the issue is.
I have, for one, you know.
Oh, I wasn't aware. Sorry.
Are organizations that, while they need to be retrained, they are essentially forces that are needed to maintain law and order. If you live in a society of law, you're going to have some kind of enforcement of said law, right?
Yes.
So
now what
militias,
happens when
the difference between militias, and this is where I think that your idea of what a militia under the Constitution means falls very, very short, especially if you look at the things that Hamilton wrote. That
you mean Hamilton that started his own militia and died in a gunfight? That's interesting.
I'm talking about the Hamilton that wrote about
militias. Yeah, he wrote in the Federalist Papers, but
his party's perspective.
Do you know about his life?
A little bit.
And so you know that he began with his own militia that he started.
Probably.
Yes, he did, and he died. He lived by
false equivalence fallacy, or it could even be considered a genetics fallacy. Again, in that overview that I just read, it talks about the evolution of militia. Hamilton's militia would have been probably constitutionally appropriate. These militias are not.
The sword and died by the sword.
They were pretty common and you were part of the conversation where Pat pretty much educated what a militia was back then compared to what a militia is now. So when you
No, I wasn't part of that. Me and Pat, I don't think have ever talked, have we?
I'm fairly certain you was part of that conversation. Because we were talking, I mean, we were talking about militias. There's no reason to talk about that if you're not there, because that's where this conversation comes from.
So my question was, do the people have any responsibility to keep the government in check?
Yes, through the way we vote, through political action.
No. You can't vote the government if the government is corrupt, and you've insinuated that even the Supreme Court is corrupt to its ears. So, what good does voting do if your government is corrupt? Like that seems ignorant.
I mean, voting got that corrupt government. Honestly, I mean, these movements. Republicans vote for Supreme Court justices. Democrats don't. I mean, they've done it for a long time. This is known.
Jill, I'm pretty sure you're in the Oath Keepers.
I don't get your point. So if you want, you
don't get my point about tyrannical government.
So while I think that the Supreme Court is corrupt, I don't advocate for killing them all. I advocate that we, through political movement, either expand the court or over a period of time replace those justices.
There you are, Freeman.
I mean, that's how.
Yeah, we're just enjoying you linking yourself to domestic terrorist. I was right. Hashtag Knock was right about everything. I'm going to make a red hat and it's going to say Knock was right about everything.
Modern
with more people.
Work. Right.
Yeah.
So if you're talking about a tyrannical government, all right. So let's say Donald Trump's coup actually happened.
Yeah.
And let's say
Donald Trump's coup. Yes.
Let's say he stole the presidency, and we had tyranny. In that instance, I believe it would be our responsibility. Sure. But
you ready?
But that's very different.
But are you ready?
Well, no, you become ready in the moment. But
that seems foolish.
Well, I mean, maybe I don't. For me, particularly, going out in the woods and pretending to be G.I. Joe doesn't seem like much fun.
Is that what you think we do?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So, do you disagree with the fact that modern American militias oftentimes utilize
Bond, be fair.
Which get
I didn't call him a domestic terrorist. I just said he links himself to domestic terrorists in this conversation. I don't know, William.
On terrorist lists.
You say that's a fact, and you're making a general statement.
I'll say that there are. Agree with that.
I'll say that I'm answering. I'll say that there are specific individuals who have done some fucked up things. Yes.
I mean, like I think there's like
two videos should not take this long to fucking delete. This is ridiculous, YouTube. Ridiculous.
No. You don't get to say deemed terrorist groups and then apply that to some violence that they've done. Okay, because that's not where the term comes from. It's the fear that they may do something and that they're organized enough to be a threat that puts them on the terrorist watch list, that they've made statements that make the government uncomfortable. That's not that they've actually done anything harmful to anyone. Now, some have. Some have. Little groups, maybe 3, 4 people do some stupid shit, and then you broad paint everybody, but cops do the same thing. Cops fuck up, but you don't accuse all police departments because somebody in Los Angeles beat the fuck out of some Asian guy for no reason. Some cop did this shit. So you don't get to just throw this broad, domestic terrorist over all militias. You don't know enough about us to even begin to say that.
I haven't done that. I asked specifically about the however many groups it was that have been deemed to be terrorist organizations.
Right, and if you can show me where each one of those have done some violence, I'm willing to agree with you.
Well, that would take quite a bit of research, wouldn't it?
I mean, that's your burden, though, if you're going to make the claim that it's a fact, and I don't think it's a fact.
Well, I mean, I think
See, I hate it when people say, a fact isn't a fact because I don't think it's a fact. That's not how it works. Facts are facts. I just went through it all. You weren't here for it, William, but I mean, I'm not going to do it again, but it's still right fucking there. I read pretty much all that shit. Like I said, I could go in deeper, all the way back in 2011, FBI.gov, domestic terrorism, focus on militia extremism. I mean, like, I could do that, but like, I'm trying to like clean up my channel and shit.
Most of these groups, I'll dig up the information, but I think most of these groups have engaged in
that would
violence.
be good.
In fact,
such as
violence against. So a lot of these groups show up to protest, and oftentimes,
like Antifa.
Oftentimes, will have.
The conundrum. See, like, man, I am deep into this grind, and
instigate the violence with the anti-protesters to whatever they're protesting.
You mean they'll engage with Antifa's antics? Yes.
Well, not all left protesters are Antifa.
I was like muted again, huh?
No, and that's really we don't fuck with any protest.
God damn it. Yeah, I'm not gonna go through all that again. Deleting videos on YouTube sucks, and I'm gonna be at 2 forever, and. Like, really, like, I could have counted this one, I think, I could have counted one of those as a conversation because John was there, but I'm not. And it takes so fucking long to delete videos. I gotta stop double tapping the button. I'm not even, like, forgetting to unmute. I'm just double tapping. I gotta work the muscle memory back into my thumb here. I haven't had a Yeti in probably, like, 5 years. I mean, I bought this a year ago, but I've only used it a few times.
Protesters who aren't doing stupid shit, throwing stuff at people. You can watch video after video of militiamen just standing by.
And I wonder why this one was chosen. It was just chosen at random. I think Bond was here, and he could probably verify that. Like, it was the page that I was on in my deletion process. And I was watching the sandwich ideology video, and it was kind of getting a little boring. It was fun at first, but it was getting a little boring. So, like, there was a conversation with William. I was like, oh, that might be confrontational. That might be interesting, and that's why I chose it. It was completely at random, And, I'm actually getting a little too involved with it because it's taking me away from what I'm doing. I'm not talking no shit. William is William's own. I am not William's keeper. This just happens to be on in the background, and I'm engaging with it a little too much.
Taking fucking abuse. But whenever a punch or rock gets thrown, somebody gets their ass spanked, and it's not normally the militiaman.
Taking a bunch of abuse. Right? Yeah, right. Come on, dude. For real?
If you throw a brick at someone or a fucking cup of piss, that's abuse. And yeah, I'll beat the shit out of you for throwing piss on me.
Well, but usually, and the new Antifa, I haven't dealt with Antifa.
They're a bunch of pussies, man.
I don't know how they are now, but I mean, so when I'm looking at videos, like say, if I'm looking at Charlottesville, which was a lot of white supremacists, but there were also quite a few militias there. If you look at any of those videos in that, it's your side throwing the bricks. It's popping off a gun just into a crowd for no fucking reason. I have been in a lot of these protests. Like I said, I used to.
Come on, let the next one be a fucking conversation, right? I am so ready to move on to the next page.
I've been to
Wait, how's that possible? How's that possible? Antifa is just an idea. It's not a real group.
Well, Antifa is an idea, but there's several there's several Antifa groups. Like American Antifa started. I told you.
They're a bunch of entitled, rich white people.
They started in the punk rock grunge scene in Seattle and Portland, in Washington, and
they beefed up after Occupy Wall Street with Black Bloc.
All right. And this is what I was talking about when I was muted as well. Because, goddamn it happened again, and it's on the last one. Like, if I was a normal person, I could totally count this as a conversation. Because John is in the room. Me and John are going to conversate in the course of this fucking live stream, right? But because I'm, like, OCD fucked, right? Like, no, it's not a conversation. It's just me and John reviewing something. And if I'm deleting the streams where it's just me fucking reviewing something, then I have to delete the streams where it's just me and John. Like, there has to at least be 3 people in the room reviewing something for it to be really considered. And I have left a couple of those, right? But, like, not just... And that was the dilemma the last time that I started fucking rambling about and I double-tapped my mute button. I should delete this. I am not going to... or I am going to delete this. I should just go to the next page like I fucking want to, but I ain't gonna because I'm OCD fucked.
Maybe, but I'm talking how it originated.
Don't try it. Don't try and soften it up. You know where they come from.
It was a direct response to the skinhead
and they're not
movement.
Anti-fascist. There's nothing about them that is anti-fascist. They try to silence dissent, which is fascism.
Everybody's invited to the stream later. You can come in. Well, like I'm just giving you a hard time. Like this was, like I took shit for that. I did. I did, bro. I took shit for that. I was just, telling you where I, pointing out like this is where I was coming from. This is our first conversation, and I just happened on it on random. But yeah, I'm just giving you a hard time, my dude. I heard you're not a Christian anymore. Welcome to the club, bro.
You try to silence any opinion that is not their own.
Fascists will utilize that, but a lot of people do.
Okay. Well, anyway, they're not really a threat. They just think they are.
Your side does that, doesn't it?
What's that?
I mean, it seems to me that your side is all for free speech unless it's our free speech.
Show me where we're trying to silence anybody talking.
I mean, all the time. I get.
So I mean that aged well. Suing journalists. I could go on and on forever about that one now. Huh? And I assume he's talking about the right side of the aisle, not the left, and we're not talking militias now. Militias. The one thing I will grant militias. Even the most extreme of them, is I think that they honestly believe in free speech. And I don't think that they strive to take away free speech from the other side. I think that's more of a Trump... it's been a Republican thing for quite a while, but that's definitely a Trump thing.
No. Show me a specific example where we are trying to keep people from voicing their opinion. We like when leftists talk because it proves that they're ignorant.
I agree, William.
I'm all for letting the other side talk so I can destroy the.
And that was like the thing, even in the gist of it, and that's what like the people because even when I was like going at hardcore at the people that were like defending you and shit, like it was all in good fun, man. I remember like what Sammy streams where I would come in and it would be all of you guys and just me, and man, that shit was a fucking blast. I really fucking enjoyed it. Like I enjoy arguing, and the thing about William that I will fucking always grant him is he never really takes, like, he doesn't hold grudges. Like he'll jump into the room later if he's available, I'm sure. Like ain't no big deal.
They're ridiculous ideas.
Except for Bond.
I'm not worried about your chat. I've never paid attention to it unless I'm in it.
Bond always likes shitty people. So Bond. We come to a true conundrum, right? Like this was an important Icky Taint stream. John is there. Oh my God. Oh, do I delete this stream? If I delete it, it's forever. No, we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on. I am not going to delete this stream. That stream's too important, and I am gonna consider that a conversation. OCD, shut up. OCD.
Bond is my soulmate, and we may have to fight because I'm going to marry that man. We are going to have really ridiculous imaginary children.
So I mean, this has been fun. We got about a half an hour left or so.
I've enjoyed it too, man. You're not you. I expected you, and believe me, I had my arsenal ready, but I was very surprised that you've been so pleasant, and I've enjoyed it a lot. I know that you don't want to be my friend yet, but I think in time you'll understand that I'm not a threat to you.
Well, I don't think you're a bad dude. I enjoy talking to you. I appreciate the fact that you are honest about where you stand. You don't run away from these things. Like I think a lot of people probably wouldn't admit so freely to being in a militia. No, I think there's a lot of good aspects to you. There's also things that make me worry. When it comes to like on a religious level, I'm not worried about you at all. In fact, I think probably I would prefer most Christians believe that along the lines that you do. Where we really tend to differ would be on this political level.
Yes.
And for me, it seems that these militia groups, and you've actually opened my eyes to that the problem is actually a lot worse than it is.
Oh shit.
I mean, you're the one that told me that there were thousands of little pockets of these groups, like.
Yeah, but the idea that they've been there and you haven't noticed that they existed pretty much illustrates that they're not a problem. They're not fucking with anybody.
They are a problem if, say, this radical conservative movement, which is based in culture war, were to really, really go to violence like we did see on January 6th. So if there's an actual call to arms from, say, somebody like a Donald Trump figure, a lot of these groups. Oh, that's. I don't know. I've seen a little bit of Smokey, William. I don't know. Like, so I know that I don't want to relitigate the sexual thing. I think that that's been litigated. So it comes to a platforming issue, right? Or that would be like the first issue. And for me personally, I don't have a platforming issue. And I've seen a little bit. So I was watching Smokey on a stream on Brett Keen's channel. Just I didn't watch much of it. Like honestly, Rev really turned me off. But it was Brett Keen and Shanny for Christ and Rev and Smokey and Low. And he seems happy, and that seems to have, from what I could tell, just from the little bit I watched, it seems to have changed his demeanor, just from the little bit that I've seen. Now, so
you know, I don't want to relitigate all of that old stuff. Like, he'll come in and you know, Kent Hovind CPA will give him a hard time, and I'll never like really stop that unless it gets completely out of hand, because you know, you have to deal with the ramifications of your own shit, and I understand my responsibility in that own shit. I'm not going to relitigate that. I've made what I think clear. So, but I mean, and we'll see if if me and Smokey end up talking, if I stick to it, you know, because nobody can say what they're going to do in the moment. I am an emotional creature. But my stance is pretty much like, I've litigated all of that before. I'm here to start anew. And I'm here to have conversations with people, not to not have conversations with people. So that's pretty much my stance on it.
2024.
A lot of these groups, I believe, would you deny that a lot of these groups would jump at that opportunity?
To what?
To reset America back in the image that they want it to be?
Well, conservatives are normally about trying to keep the Constitution as it is without adding anything extra constitutional. That has changed in the Republican Party, which I don't like the Republican Party. I think that they're just as dirty as the Democrats, and I really don't have any love for them.
You're a Trump guy, though, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, if I think I'm like, I'm literally burning. I still got like an hour and a half to where I can get a lot of this done. I don't think my old live streams are going to be up quite yet today. Maybe on Saturday. I'll probably maybe do something like this again on Saturday if I can and finish it out on my next day off. But I've definitely been at it for quite a while, and I'm burning out. And I haven't really, because I've kind of been looking for something to like switch to. We've been really listening to this for a long time, and this isn't about like, you know, focusing on one thing. But I've not really seen anything that has caught my eye. Like, oh, that'd be interesting. You know. So if I catch something, if not, if Trump's the one,
You think Trump is a Republican?
well, he plays that one on TV.
He's more a classical liberal than I've seen in a long time.
All right, so Trump in reality has always been a liberal.
I had to like, classical liberals are right wing.
Liberal. He was a Democrat his entire life.
Yeah.
He just thought
you don't just turn over the next day and give up those values.
He understood Democrats would never vote for him. We were never going to vote for him to be president. We had talked about it for fucking for 2 decades. If Donald Trump wanted to run for president forever, and Democrats, we were never going to vote for him. Republicans would.
I don't see how that's a loss for the Democrat side, since a liberal managed to get in there.
It's not a loss for our side.
And did some really good things. He did some really good things. He'll be back.
There's no way that you can argue that Donald Trump policies while he was in the White House were liberal.
Okay, well, then about what he did.
Huh?
What was illiberal about what he did? What did he do to remove freedom?
Well, on that what I'm talking about is politics, right?
I'm not talking about progressives. They're not liberal. Progressives aren't liberal.
So what did he do to remove
I'm talking
freedom?
about. Yes, what did he do to remove freedom?
I think that there are a lot of children who were removed from their parents.
I just need.
A lot
Where?
of them on the southern border.
You mean under the Obama policy that was in place when he got there?
I'm talking about the amped up Jeff Sessions, Donald Trump policy, not the Obama policy.
What about the policy that's there now?
Yeah, I've actually been critical of Joe Biden for not getting rid of it, but Joe Biden has tried. He was struck down.
And are these people citizens of our country?
Well, I thought rights are inherent. What does being a citizen have to do with it?
Whether they can implement like shit to you, whether you can be processed. Because once you come in, if they have laws, okay, and they do have laws, whether they're just or not, I don't know. That's up to someone making a moral decision. But the point is, under those laws, when you enter in illegally, you are in the process of committing some crime, misdemeanor, whatever. And anytime that you're arrested, you are separated from your family. That happens. You don't get to take your kids to the lockup with you. It just doesn't work that way. So if you're going to make that argument about building the border, you have to do it across the board to all criminals. You have to say, hey, that's wrong to separate, this fraudster or this thief from his kids, while he's in prison. That's wrong.
All right, whatever. So what about all right, man.
So wait a minute. What's wrong with that? Whatever is not even you either agree, you disagree.
It goes against everything you've told me so far today.
How?
Even I was like, man, dude, what are you talking about? Whatever. You stoned. You are the one that has implied governments cannot take away your rights.
Right.
So by creating a policy that wasn't necessary to separate children from their parents was taking away the rights of those children.
Is trespassing on someone else's property a violation of their rights?
Yes.
Okay.
But we're not talking about.
So a right is being violated when a person trespasses on our soil.
We're not talking about somebody trespassing on somebody's personal property. We're talking.
We're
talking about.
We are.
We're talking about immigration. Oftentimes,
we're talking about illegal immigration.
You ask for a specific answer.
All right, and I've left these on here so far. These are like the Daily Atheist Morning Show that I was doing with Andrew and Chris. I'm not sure why they came to my channel like this. And I remember it happening, and I think it happened for a reason. So I'm leaving those on there, and they are conversations, but they were conversations that were on Chris Mallard's channel. But they're here for a reason, so I'm going to leave them on there for a reason, for whatever reason that was.
Example, which is only one of them, of Trump taking away
freedom. Say illegal immigration if you're going to be honest.
It wasn't just illegal immigration, though. It was also legal immigration. They attacked all forms of immigration, and you know that. You just
right.
You don't want to admit that your side takes away people's freedom too.
No. How is telling someone to stay the fuck out unless you're legal? How is that taking away their freedom when they go, nah, I'm coming in anyway? How's that taking away their freedom? They're coming across uninvited.
So that would have been one of them, and we're not going to get into the semantics of that because that arguing that with you folks always pisses me off, and I'm not trying to get pissed off.
Now I'm back in that group, the you folks.
Right-leaning folks that would defend Donald Trump's Southern policy really piss me off.
It's not just his Southern policy. It's this policy or the idea that our borders need to be tighter goes back even into the Clinton era and before. This is not a new phenomenon. It's just getting worse. We're incentivizing it more and more, and we're not. I just swallowed a gnat. That's so gross. Anyway, oh God, that's gross. So I lost my train of thought. Sorry.
I've done that. It sucks. It sucks. I would also argue, and a lot of people put like Muslim ban. I mean, there's a lot of things that I would consider taking away possible freedom, right? Like, so when you're attacking legal immigration like he did, I don't know if you know anything about chain immigration, but he definitely attacked that, which has always been one of the...
Is that like the Dreamer thing?
No, it'll be...
Where like if you're born here, even if your parents are...
No, the Dreamer thing. The Dreamer thing is a constitutional argument. So the Constitution recognizes a citizen as somebody that was born here.
Right.
So like chain immigration is like you. I don't want to butcher this, but it's basically like you have a family member here, and it creates an easier path of legal.
Yeah, and the Dreamer thing I believe isn't
because if you're born here, you're a citizen, right? So if you're born on American soil, you're a citizen. The dreamer thing, our parents like that. I think they were children that were brought like at a very, very, very young age. And that was the problem. Like they weren't born here, but they've been here like their entire lives. I could be wrong about that, but if I don't think I am. Immigration into the country, right? I'd really have to go and pull it
All
up
right.
to go through.
Let me give you my.
But the point of this was that Donald Trump was attacking immigration on all levels, and there is, I think you would agree that this country, even though I think a lot of it's an illusion of freedom, and you probably wouldn't disagree with that. This country does. This country does.
I'm about to fuck with you. All right.
More freedoms than a lot.
I'm gonna
of these
drive you all the
countries
way.
are trying to immigrate from.
Oh hell yeah! Yeah,
So-
but
It's been a while since I've heard. The Martian from Bugs Bunny. So, man, I'm gonna drive myself away with this one. Tip screen, if I can get it to over here and not over there. I will pull up that. I will read those at the end of the stream, but I won't be able to see any conversation or any questions. So you can ask them, but I won't see them. So we're gonna be having a discussion. This was I rescheduled. Pretty much canceled it last week because I had stuff going on last Sunday. Down to one.
And then abruptly forgot about it. Scheduled a bunch of stuff for this week, and then Otangelo reached out to me, and I'm like, hey, let's do it on Sunday, thinking that Sunday would be my day. I could read up on some information, and instead I've been cleaning and watching football all day. So yeah, I'm coming into this cold again. I'm not sure. I don't have any particular direction. I'm gonna take the conversation. I'll let Otangelo start off, and we'll start off with saying what's up, Otangelo. Welcome back.
Yes, hello, Noka. Hello, everyone. It's nice to be again.
Yeah, I thought I was sharing my screen. I forgot that I had. Yeah, I forgot.
And at your channel, and I hope that we can have a good, productive conversation.
Yeah, me too. And I'm sure we will. So yeah, I can't even really recall much of our last conversation. I mean, this should be fun to listen to, especially when me and Otangelo are alone, because he's just so fucking out there, and I'm not a scientist to really refute his out there shit, so it gets convoluted, and I get frustrated, and yeah, this should be fun. I know it got cut off like right in the middle when I felt like I was really starting to warm up and kind of get you to where I wanted to go with it, but I guess I'll let you start off. Or I'll ask a question like, why do you believe in Jesus Christ and Christianity? Why is that the religion that you follow? I've been breaking my rule, and it's too late now because the rest of them are gone. I actually have like a lot of people reviewing this movie that I've been deleting. So probably shouldn't have deleted those because there's enough people in there to definitely consider that a conversation. Oh, shit. Oh, well, too late now. And why do you think that that's the truth? And why do you think that I should think that that's the truth?
Okay, I came to Christ when I was a teenager. I went through depression. I don't remember if I told that story in our first conversation. So I think that my personal testimony maybe is not something that anyone else can take as a reason to also come to the same faith and conclusion as I have come. But today, of course, I am 36 years on that trajectory, and my faith has rather than weakened become strong to a point where I have absolutely no doubts that the Christian faith is true, that Christ is who he said to be, that he is God, the Son of God, and that he is eternal. that he is the creator of the universe. And there are several lines of reasoning which substantiate that conclusion. One is direct revelation through the Bible. Actually, that is the main reason, of course, that God has revealed himself through his word, the Bible. And I think there are several lines of evidence and reasons which substantiate that Christ is who he said to be. And to me personally, one very, very strong reason which I take as a proof, actually, that Christ has risen, that he is not only a historical figure, but that he actually also rose from the death and resurrected. And that is the Shroud of Turin, which is a linen which has been very much disputed. It's special because of the carbon dating in 1988. But I have studied that artifact for considerable time. I can afterwards put a link here on the side chat about what I have investigated in regards of that. And I believe that this is very hard evidence that the resurrection is true. That, in my understanding, is actually very, very strong and maybe the strongest evidence. And I would.
You guys remember that Bob Seger song, Turn the Page? I'm turning the page.
Would say even a proof that the resurrection actually occurred. And the main reason is that we have several evidence lines of reasoning which demonstrate the crucifixion of Christ, the signs of his crucifixion on that linen, and the image, the science is the most studied artifact ever, and science has absolutely no clue whatsoever how that image could have been gotten there. We know that it is not a painting. There are no traces of pigments on the shroud. It is a very, very fine imprint on the very superficial on the linen, and it.
So I knew at some point we're gonna get to where I'm not deleting a lot of these. So far we've been deleting a ton. Like I'm almost at 400 deleted streams right now. So, like, I think maybe because when I first started streaming, it was mainly just conversations. I didn't really do too many like reviews at first. So we're gonna get to a point where this might move along, and I might actually. Oh, wait, it's 4:45. Holy shit! I started streaming in 15 minutes. What am I doing? All right, time to end the stream. Yeah, we're gonna leave there. I'm on. Where am I at? Fuck. 151 to 180. So I'll try to remember that. I ain't writing it down because I don't got nothing to write it down. Yeah. Next stream starts 14 minutes. So peace.